أوكي. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلاً ومرحباً بكم في اليوم الثاني من المؤتمر الدولي السابع للسلامة والصحة المهنية GOSH 7. نفتتح جدول الأعمال بالحديث عن التعاون الاستباقي القائم على الأدلة لتعزيز الأمان في مقار العمل. يسرني أن
Safety occupationals. It will be such a pleasure to welcome on stage Engineer Muhammad Al Ghamdi, the Assistant of Ministry of Education, and he's going to provide us and to shed the light on the importance of collaboration between research centers and the private sectors in advancing research and technologies as a fundamental pillars of occupational safety. Welcome on stage. In the name of God, the greatest and the most compassionate, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highness, you ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, it is such a pleasure to be standing in front of you in this prominent conference that is shaped as evidence and as evidence for the occupational safety, and it's a zone to bring up all the eyes to eye, all decisions, and to this edition will hold a lot of experience, very wide from a different background, and it is not just an information platform. Of course, we are here to expand our commitment to respect the humans and all the workers in all different occupations and on all different sectors. We are today working and we're providing solutions to raise the occupational safety. This collaboration, it is not just an option, it is a necessity to provide a strategic trajectory and also to provide and accelerating the changes in the work environment. It is not today jobs and business is not similar to the past. We have accelerated the technologies that we use, online virtual work and AI, and that of course is going to increase the pressure, the psychological pressure as well. So the occupational safety, it is not just the physical incidents such as collapse or falling, but also it deals with mental health and psychological health such as the heat stress and others type of decisions. Of course, the increasing of the workers and temporary workers needs to shed the light on them and to revise the regulations and the strategies that has been obtained and decided by the all sectors and all the entities. As also the ministry mentioned that we have over than 300 millions of the sum of death, and of course over than 100 cases of death of the of those people. They are face their fate as well in the on site of work. Those numbers are is considered as a threatened point and hazard. We need to pay attention. We have to duplicate our responsibility. Those numbers is very crucial, and we would not be just in the corner to see and observing what's happening, but we need to be proactive. We need to listen to them, and we need to collaborate with the research centers to collaborate and to adapt new technologies and new strategies, how and to harness the technology to protect humans and not the opposite. Collaboration between the private sectors and the research centers, it is a strategical cooperations come and it would be result as a big benefit for all the humanity and to provide suggestion based on studies and research. Within this strategy, we are developing our strategy based on the data, raising the quality and the standards of quality in all the private sectors and the public sectors. That, and also I will shed the light on some tangible examples that cooperation between companies in Europe and in some universities to provide some better AC systems, reduce the heat stress among all the workers. As a result, the quality of productions it has been increased among all the workers. We have collaborated with the research for to establish RHAC systems, the stress system, which is decrease the incidence and the accident and the vehicles accidents 20% on roads, and we have over than $4 to $6. These collaborations will create a better vision to be part of the quality and productivity as well between all different sectors to provide a better operations and productions. One of the recent examples in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, AI, which is involved in industries, the petrochemical industries, and help us to reduce the incidents and all the accidents in the on-site without let all the workers exposure to the chemicals and those dangerous chemicals products that help us to enhance cooperation between all different sectors and to jump over all obstacles that we might face. We need to mention that our second phase, we are going through a different challenges. However, we have a great robust systems to jump over them, such as the research that we have, and of course we will increase and the PR and the intellectual property and the governance. Those are considered as a challenges if we don't have enough quality of those pillars. But of course, when we work on them in collaboration with the research and the research centers, we could achieve that together. And no doubt, when we have a national corporations to provide the funds and protect the rights of all different parties is crucial, and that what we are looking for. We need to raise the occupational safety to make it as our vision and our main priority. We need to establish councils, educational councils, and entities to link them with the public and governments as well to apply the research and then to reach the outcome of the scientific research. Of course, the occupational safety, it is not just of the second day of our conference under the title, the importance of the importance of modern monitoring technologies for risk detection and compliance tracking in work environments. Modern monitoring technologies play a crucial role in improving workplace environments by detecting risk and ensuring compliance. With the advancement of smart technologies and the digitalizations, more efficient and proactive monitoring systems can be implemented, enhancing worker protections and supporting the sustainability of our environment. I would like to welcome on stage His Excellency the Deputy of Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, Mr. Sattam Al-Harbi. Welcome on stage. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim Al Malham, Deputy Minister for Licensing and Project Coordinations, Ministry of Municipal, Rural Affairs and Housing. Your Excellency Major General Ajab Al Harbi, Assistant Director General for Safety Affairs, from Civil Defense. And of course, welcome Mr. Ibrahim bin Abdul Qadir, Deputy Governor of the Sperm Authority for Industrial Security, and welcome from our international speaker, Mr. Ho Sung-yun, President International Association of Labor Inspection. وأيضا نرحب بالسيد هو سونغ الرئيس الدولي إذا مؤسسة أيضا العمل الدولية ال IALI. Welcome. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا لتواجدكم
So
معنا.
much for being with us. We are looking forward to reach a fruitful panel discussion. I would like to start with Your Excellency, the Deputy Minister. With your perspective, what's the bestest challenges that based on the traditional inspection and how it was transferred to the another type of using the AI? Thank you so much, Dua. I would like to say about how to face and to sit down all the challenges that we face. With those challenges and with the era that we are living a very accelerated speed of business platform and work. Today we need to listen to the beneficiaries. We need to listen to their needs, what's their expectations, and of course that will help us to provide a collaboration with the governmental entities and so today it is very hard to know about the inspection and detection, whether it is about the form of detection. We need to use the AI analyzing tools of AI that will help us to detect among all the challenges. And today the work and labor and the owners, of course, of all companies, their role has been differentiated from in the past. Today the inspection and the detections, they were only following on the programs or following on any issues or any crisis, but today his role is to analyze, to be proactive in order to be has intentions, and of course the risk management. So today we are living a very changeable era and very changeable moment. That's why, and we are starting involving the AI. We need to make sure that our regulations in a compliance with that changing. And I think that in coming few years we will concentrate more on the detection sector, and of course it's going to be developed. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Have you mentioned AI in all different sectors? And I think you mentioned that something very crucial that help us based on how to play a multiple roles today. Anybody in the entities or anybody who has a certain occupation, he needs to define that how I'm going to provide for the workers, how to raise the occupational safety. Thank you so much. I would like to move to Mr. Muhammad Al Milham. Your Excellency, how the lessons the lessons and conditions contribute in the occupational safety from your perspective. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I think we have a technical issue with the microphone. Okay, now I think you can hear me. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your questions. Today, in the municipalities, we are concentrate on multiple sectors, on multiple parts, and we are serves the citizens, whether they are tourism or tourists or citizens, Saudis or coming visiting for pilgrimage or for Umrah, or they are residents. So we providing multiple lessons to cover all those parties, and of course we make sure about the safety as our priority, and then we focus on the beneficiaries and what their needs. We have a certain conditions for lessons what it provides the justice for everybody, and of course we provide some certain strategies, of course, to also providing some lessons to make sure that everybody will not be full exposure to any sanctions. The ministry make that on a certain part, and on the health part, on the health pillars, and the safety. So if we have any, and of course we have some conditions to enable the municipality sectors to support them and support the private sectors to raise great standards, safety standards on the site. And of course on site it's totally different from the what we need them in any other site in the work or in infrastructure and others type. So we have enabled the whole sectors properly and based on a great studies. We provide legislations, and recently we have issued a great pillar. We provide a certain lessons, and due within that coming month we will finish to provide lessons for all the municipalities sectors, and we will reach 11 type of lessons. Now I would like to move to your general within the monitoring some environments, well, depending totally or more than what they need on the AI or on technologies, that will lead in some hazard and in some inspection that this will help us also to bring the civil defense to raise their capabilities and their detection systems to make sure about everything. Your question, my question: what's the importance in civil defense and the occupational safety and the requirements of the safety as well? Thank you so much. Can you hear me? In the name of God, the greatest and the most compassionate, in the peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad and all his companions, I would like to expand my appreciation to His Highness, also to the ministry, to also the Deputy Minister of the Licensing and Deputy Minister of the Municipality and Rural Affairs, and of course I would like to appreciate his the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources. Today, of course, we succeed. Would like to congratulate about this successful conference, and today we talk about the lessons in the civil defense as a holistic perspective. Let's say it is a governmental entity linked by different ministries from different governmental entities. The civil defense, and we worked in depth with the Ministry of Human Resources, and they are main component to defeat and to protect all the humanity, and so they are linked together to protect all humanity and to protect their souls, whether in on site, in instructions, or in the in buildings or in companies. So we have a certain project. We have, of course, the requirements of the vital protections. It's very crucial within the detection and inspection and monitoring. Second thing, which is the innovations that has been issued by and adopted by the Ministry of Municipalities in cooperation with the Ministry of Interior Affairs, that focus on different conditions, the safety and the priority and the ultimate needs for them, which is that for transportation, and that will shape some great standards that are going to be in alignment with the safety requirements and of course the traffic requirements as well. So what's related to all the system that we have some prevention system as well, to be more proactive and to know about the accident or any crisis before it happened. So we have also from the safe place, safe person, safe work, that our slogan. We work with the general management to protect, and also in cooperation with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, we are working in alignment. So any wrong or any mistake happened, if something happened, we are cooperate together, and of course we enhance our list conditions. Of course that will enhance that would decrease any chances of any crisis or risk happen, and of course we will increase the risk management to be proactive when we cooperate together. So of course, and we our crucial also, we have a certain condition and lessons for protection by the fire, and that based on the Saudi lessons, and of course our main focus to protect all humanity in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Yes, of course, we can have touched that your efforts, and of course we are you. It's touch all the citizens here. I would like to move your engineer Ibrahim bin, Your Excellency. Today, the Ministry of the High Industries protect the infrastructure with the expanding that included 17 vital sectors. With this accelerating and high speed flow, how to make sure about how to make sure about the personal safety that we witness in the kingdom, and with that all changes and challenges that we are witness today. Thank you so much. If you allow me, doctor, I would like to thank my colleagues in the National Council for the Occupational Safety, and the ministry and the CEO and Dr. Abdullah Abu Thnain. I would like also to thank my colleagues Majid and my colleagues Rayan, all members in the council. And yesterday they have signed a memorandum of understanding between the Commission and the council to enhance the mutual objectives between the Commission and the council. I would like to get back to your question. Of course, as you mentioned, that commission, it is a legislative party, and as well providing regulations, as also my colleagues from the Ministry of Municipalities mentioned that municipalities makes a great part, I think. And we have since 1977. So we have this very old and long-term ecosystem to develop our corporations and to work within that ecosystem. Of course, in the heart of the ecosystems, after the commission issued by a ministerial report to enable the commission, and the CEO, His Excellency Saud bin Abdulaziz, the Ministry of Interior Affairs, and he is the board chair of the commission, and of course also His Excellency Ministry of the Human Resources. So after they issued this decision, they reflect to establish a strategy for the commission, and they are providing institutional cooperation. Today we are working with the industry as a holistic and as entrepreneurial ship with all different parties, and this definition help us to provide better operations between all components. We work with a harmony together to reach the detection, as you mentioned, that our ecosystem is not based on it in detection, but it is enabler pillars to reach our entrepreneurship in the industry. And yes, thank you so much. I would like to move to Mr. Ho Young Him. أهلا وسهلا بك مجددا. كيف ترى الأثر حول التقنيات الحديثة والتي المستشعرات الحديثة والتي موجودة في عمليات التفتيش والتي مسخرة أيضا لخدمة القطاع؟ شكرا جزيلا لك. أولا أريد أيضا أن أشكر الجميع وأشكركم لدعوتي.
Presentation and this panel discussion with such eminent speaker on this panel. I'm a little bit apprehensive about what I can share. But as a president of the International Association of Labor Inspection, which has about 130 plus network members, and we meet regularly to share information, and the whole objective of IALI in short is to promote ethical and professional labor inspections. So without further ado, let me go on to your question. Now, in our rapidly working environments, the integration of advanced surveillance and monitoring system, as you spoke, has become not just an option, but a necessity. This is particularly relevant for our colleagues in this region, as well as in the world, where major infrastructure projects and industrial developments demand robust safety management and oversight. Now, today's workplace safety landscape is being transformed by three technological advances. First is the real-time monitoring system, which has revolutionized our ability to detect and respond to occupational risks. Smart sensors, IoT devices, and wearable technologies now provide continuous data streams on environmental condition, workers' vital signs, and potential hazards. In high-risk industries such as the construction and petrochemical plants, these systems have proven invaluable in preventing accidents even before it occur. Now, secondly, the power of data analytics has enhanced our compliance monitoring capabilities significantly. By leveraging artificial intelligence as well as machine learning, we can now identify patterns and predict potential safety breaches with unprecedented accuracy. This predictive capability allows labor inspectorates to allocate resources very effectively and intervene proactively. In other words, our ability to do inspection where targeting it matters is become more efficient. Thirdly, digital transformation has fundamentally changed how we conduct workplace inspection as well. Mobile applications, drone technology, and remote monitoring system enable inspectors to cover more ground and assess previously challenging locations. This is particularly relevant in regions where extreme weather conditions or remote industrial sites. However, we all know that technology alone is not the answer. The true power lies in integration, both system and regulatory bodies. IALI has been working diligently to promote international cooperation and need for data sharing between all the labor inspectorates worldwide. Our recent initiative focused on seminars and conferences that covers developing standardized protocols for technology adoption and cross-border information exchange. Now, looking ahead, IALI is committed to supporting all our member states, which is 130 plus network members, in raising awareness and embracing these technological advances. So I would like to really thank the organizer for inviting me here to share this as well. We are now currently looking at developing comprehensive guidelines for the implementation of modern monitoring technologies, with special consideration for varying levels of technological readiness across different regions. Now, the challenges we face today are significant. Privacy concerns, data security, and the need for standardization must be carefully balanced against the imperative for enhanced workplace safety. Yet, I'm confident that through collaborative efforts and shared expertise, we can harness this technology to create safer, more productive work environment. So as we proceed with this panel discussion, I look forward to exploring these themes more in greater detail and hearing from everyone valuable insights on how we can collectively advance the cause of workplace safety through technological innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. So there were some keywords like framework, data, predicting, and I think it's very important to remember that we have, and we said this yesterday in our panel discussion, data is a true treasure that we use. We could use it in actually predicting the well-being of the workers, but also not to forget that the data we're getting is sensitive data that we need to work together with regulatory bodies and have a framework or guidelines for different entities to actually go by. Thank you very much. الآن نكمل الحوار. نعود إلى سعادة الوكيل.
And talk with Your Excellency. Doctor, we have talked about the digital transition, how the ministry harness those type of technologies, internet, AI, to provide as a proactive part. And well, of course, we believe to take advantage in technologies, and of course that the system for the detection and the compliance, we need to serve any technologies that's going to help us to raise our level of compliance and detection. We have in today an institutional system based on a digital platform able to monitoring all the sanction and of course to deal with the different type and analysis data. Of course, it's also we could provide data processing technically and directly. So we have over million and thousand entities. We have over than 12 millions of workers. The ministry of course provide also some technical visit to ask the beneficiaries what their needs, and we are still in the beginning stage of implementing those type of technologies, but of course we are looking forward to continue. Another example, which is linking data and developing the tools of AI. We have a system for protecting the wages of all and salaries of all the workers. We have it throughout platforms that we link the all the different banks and through the entities, of course, and that will link with all the system that we have. We are monitoring the way of transferring the salaries among all different workers through our platforms in the ministry, and we are monitoring the banks if there is any type of any crisis or any problems happens we will face. And of course we are aware of all the different type of information. And regarding evaluation, we have this data that we could provide, and this is what the example that I mentioned from my side.
And the client experience and fulfilling the best efficiency in operation. Progress is still ongoing. The National Center of Overseeing and Inspection is one of the tools decided by the government to unify the procedures through automation of AI and fulfilling the best practices, as well as to develop procedures inside the ministry through utilization of AI different tools. Honestly, data are a treasure, and every database system, among of which is the example that's mentioned by Mr. Hu. At the end, we want to see results. We see how the ecosystem is working through these data, and on the long run, how can we predict the criteria. And it's really interesting, the examples that you mentioned, and you enriched us with it for processing this data. I'm sure that these are big data. Your Excellencies, my question to you, in light of applying the Saudi Building Code, how monitoring and overseeing is reflected on the criteria and project? Are there any direction to use overseeing technologies to observe the compliance and monitor compliance? The Ministry of Housing and Municipalities is one of the entities that apply in order to start the building or housing units or commercial units. The Saudi Building Code is to ensure the safety and health of the workers and those who pass by the buildings. We made sure that we adopt the technology in enhancing the journey of the client, whether checking the plans at the time of delivering applications. We have developed an integrated platform to revise the plans and to make sure that the code is being applied and to secure health and safety. The journey started at the application, and we hope that this started at housing building, and we have ambition to expand to the commercial building. After the license is issued, it will be 3 years until the building is completed. We made sure that we automate all the overseeing monitorship, and we enable the private sector to apply this overseeing, and we allowed the electronic platform being a holistic platform, and making sure that the stages of building, raising the periodical report to make sure that the building structure is safe and sound, and make sure and secure the workers working there through verifying the municipality requirements until the component that is required to be built. We made sure that in every legalization or enhancing, such as building coverage, the for flowers and protecting the constructions, to have a comprehensive digital platform to educate workers in this sector, the compliance criteria, the automation of this journey seamlessly ensure the application of procedures and the full verification of health of workers that are licensed and established by the municipality. Your Excellency, Lieutenant, our General, Major General, what are the most state-of-the-art techniques that is adapted by civil defense, and how it reflected on the response? Actually, the main strategic goal for the General Director that is approved by His Royal Highness the Minister of Interior Affairs is to enhance safety through interior environment, which is among there should be protections of workers from risk, As you might be aware, the civil defense is a work that are being so risk, fire, building collapsing, fall, all of these requires overseeing. The General Directorate of Civil Defense, directed by His Royal Highness the Minister of Interior Affairs, there has been a group or several proactive procedures such as over surveying through the drones, which through the poisonous gases are being observed and its impact, observing any chemical or radiology, any risk that could be existing through people working. In addition, that there are devices to monitor the building vibration and the reports of safety, and that will be passed for the colleagues. This is for the interior environment. For the exterior environment, we have a group of technologies in alignment with the private platform in housing and municipality, Saudi Center for Economy. All of these exchange the information among these platforms, and the goal is to enhance safety and to have giga data or that are predicted for prediction of risk, to add a framework through in the buildings. In addition, in terms of exterior environment, there are reports are being used in raising the awareness, and which we can witness in several occasions. These reports send text messages of raising the awareness through with more than 96 languages interactively. We have a project at Mecca that aims to predict the risk and sending messages for the main control, whether in 911 or the centers of concerned with the civil defense. In addition, we have more than direction in developing technologies, which is using reports and through protecting the building and saving lives from going into dangerous sites. This is applied in most of the sites in order to protect the safety of workers. We go back to Your Excellency, Engineer. From legalization to technologies, the tools of the authority in securing compliance. Previously, you mentioned that the authority is an entity of regulations and legalization. How do you translate this characteristic into a tool of monitoring, and to what extent the new technologies help in elevating the safety inside the buildings? It's a very important question. Today we are talking about a regulation and legalization entity. Consequently, there should be an entity to make sure through this legacy, the main important things in the maturity is to enable the industrial security. There's development to start from inside the institution. There are SRI, which is concerned in developing the industrial security and enabling to work inside the complex. And from here we have the compliance value The entity supervises more than 7,000 sites, which requires a whole, almost an army to make sure that the procedures are done, and it plays a pivotal role in knowing the ensuring of compliance. Through last year, the authority has conducted more than 1,500 inspections, scouting and tour, more than 450 drills that simulate all the scenarios in safety, security, and fire. The reforms procedures may be at the percentage of 73%, and the maturity percentage is extremely high, that exceeds 90%. It's more than 55,000 of employees, local and citizens. 98% from the workers in industrial safety are citizens. There are a group of tools to elevate the level of compliance, which is the behavior on-site unit, and it was inside in enhancing the behavior through defining incidents in the safety from fire. More than 90% goes back to human errors. Consequently, studying the human behavior and provoking that is important. This was enhanced within the operation model of the authority to put this initiative on a national level. One of the important technologies is to start a national platform for managing the chemical materials on the level of national level, and there are technological initiatives, among of which is to enhancing the centers. All of these centers aim to elevate compliance. However, I repeat that the maturity level is cause a pride, and also it cause a pride that there is a percentage of more than 98% of citizens, male and females, working in this entity. نعود بالسؤال إلى السيد هو سينغ. هل تعتقد أن استخدام
behavior and environmental conditions will become a fundamental tool in labor inspections globally? You touched on AI before, examples of that. Do you think it will be utilized, and it needs to be utilized globally?
Yeah, thank you. This is an excellent question, because with the advent of AIs, it's changing everything that we do. So in terms of labor inspection, OSH inspection in particular, I personally believe that artificial intelligence will indeed become a fundamental tool, right, in labor inspections globally. I'll explain this particularly relevant to rapidly developing economies like Saudi Arabia and those in Asia as well. The transformation that we are witnessing today in labor inspection through AI is aligned to our ambitious national vision, such as the Saudi Arabia, the Vision 2030, which I heard yesterday. It is indeed a very ambitious ambition, but with AI and all these tools that we have, it will help us to do that. This emphasizes on technological advancement and workforce development. Let me share some perspective. Firstly, AI's capability in monitoring worker behavior and environmental conditions brings us unprecedented advantages in the context of challenging work environments. In regions where extreme weather conditions are common, AI systems can continuously monitor heat stress level and worker exposure times, automatically triggering interventions when safety thresholds are approached. This is particularly crucial for construction sites as well as outdoor environments in the Gulf region. We heard yesterday at the site event about how the monitoring for all these heat stress parameters is important and crucial. Secondly, AI's predictive capabilities are revolutionizing our approach for labor inspection as well. For instance, in industrial cities and major infrastructure projects, AI algorithms can analyze patterns from thousands of data points to predict potential safety incidents before they occur. This shifts our approach from reactive to more proactive type of enforcement. In other words, instead of reacting to accident, reacting to something bad has happened, we can proactively do the prevention. So in the context of large-scale projects, employing multinational workforces, AI offers unique advantages. For example, language processing. AI can overcome language barriers by providing real-time translations of safety instructions and monitoring compliance across the diverse workforce population. Cultural adaptation. AI system can be programmed to account for different types of cultural norms while maintaining consistent safety standards and performance. In the area of automated reporting, AI can generate compliance reports in multiple languages, making it easier for international companies to maintain consistent standards across the different countries and jurisdictions. However, we must always address the certain considerations that are particularly relevant to our region. Data privacy, which I spoke about. Ensuring AI systems respect cultural sensitivity as well as privacy norms while maintaining effective monitoring. The human element is another aspect. Maintaining the crucial role of human inspectors while leveraging AI as a supportive tool is also critical. There's a saying that says that AI will not replace human being, but those who know AI will replace you. So it's important for all of us to ensure that we are AI literate. So in this area, we think capacity building is very important. Developing local expertise in AI systems to reduce dependence on external providers is also key. Now, ILE is considering to work actively with member states to develop framework that address this consideration. We are particularly interested in innovative approaches being developed from the various regions where rapid technological adoption is combined with traditional values and practices. So looking ahead, I see AI becoming an essential component of labor inspection system worldwide, but its implementation will need to be tailored to the local context. The experience of countries like Saudi Arabia, which I've been hearing a lot of innovation over the yesterday and today, in implementing these technologies while respecting cultural values will provide valuable insights for other member states as well. The key to success will be finding the right balance between technological capability and human oversight, which is still necessary, ensuring that AI serves as an enabler rather than a replacement for human judgment in labor inspection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the thorough answer. الآن مع عندي والله مجموعة من الأسئلة ويعني يا ريت الوقت أسمع منكم أكثر ونتعلم أكثر.
More from you. I'd like to enclose with one question for your excellencies. I start with the vice president. You talked about the state of the art at the ministry, how the rules of the new technologies integrate with the standardization and elevating the efficiency of inspection and overseeing. We now live in an era of unifying the procedures, and everyone is aware that it's important in reducing the cost and elevating the quality of procedures and reducing the work. What was issue as well as is that the require of authorization, everything, it's hard to unify it, and with the advancement of this technology it's now easier to unify and integrate. Now the procedures are authenticated and automated, make it easier to unify, and consequently the government started the importance of time for the integration, and recently the ministerial council had a royal decree to unify all the procedures under the umbrella of one entity. We started working with the center, and within the upcoming month we will start the pilot, unifying, standardizing 50% of work inspections through the Human of Resources and Social Development, Ministry of Housing and Development. And this pilot will be a start of a unique transformation that count on technology and AI to facilitate the experience of client and elevate the compliance. My questions for Your Excellency, the Vice Deputy. Kingdom recently is going through a huge giga constructions within the urban framework. How do you see the digital aspect of it? I commend what my brother Sattam stated about the importance of the integration among the entity and taking in consideration the different specializations for each entity. However, we unified in the goals. Consequently, we worked hugely and in integrations to document the work, and we had digital master plans for the infrastructures. Electronically, we had the tracks of the roads that are being occupied in a different constructions. What we worked honestly is seeing the priorities of the project, and instead of licensing we took in consideration the future projects at the governmental, among of which is the paving the roads, humanization of cities, and repavement. And consequently, we have executed the executive plans in order to have the projects in a serial without intersecting, and in integrations with the infrastructures. This is reflected in a holistic digital platform. The intersections and the gaps are being defined electronically, and consequently suggestions to correct this. We take in consideration the monitoring of cities, among of which to make sure that applying the safety and healthy criteria, whether for those workers at sites or the infrastructures, or to make sure that the procedures are confirmed, also warning signage on the roads, etc. This is all to complete at the national compliance platform to mark as complied in the kingdom, taking in consideration the size of this work. As you mentioned, last year more than 140,000 permit to work on infrastructure were given. Without this digital integration and unifying the efforts that we are working, and we cannot cover this work in parallel with the amount of demand and the growth we are witnessing. The Major General, you mentioned about how digital transformation and AI utilization in directing the inspection of procedures. What is the mechanism of integration and cooperation between civil defense and the other oversight companies in order to avoid duplication of work? Dr. Sattam mentioned that it has been organized. There are entities, the Salama and Social Affairs, they are presenting 43 services. We target within the mid of this year is to extend another 17 services, among of which we become 51 services directing this compliant through ABSHIR and the National Center and the competitive in addition to 12 companies, the Ministry of Trade and Food and Drugs Authority, all these entities of oversight overseeing and observing also inspection field tours, the results of inspections, sharing the information with related sectors according to their specifications. For example, if there's an incident and if a reason was observed in violation in safety and health, the Ministry of Human Resources always is there in order to start its task, in addition to the Ministry of Housing and Municipality in passing the constructions violation, whether there is for a risk for the safety of lives, and then it will be passed to the Ministry of Human Resources. All of this goes through direct communication in addition to technological. My question for His Excellency, the people in this enabling culture and building human capability. If these regulations and technologies form the solid infrastructures of safety, so human is the main factor in activating it. How the authority contributes and what are the efforts for building capacity and enhancing the culture of compliance as a value inside these buildings. Thank you, Doctor, for your questions. Human capabilities building is one of the most important pillar in the ecosystems. The authority has worked on a strategic initiatives to enhance the local content, among of which the most important pillar is the human capabilities building. And then as a conclusion, it was a Tamhir project and a group of partners. Tamheen or professionalization is highly important project to enhance and qualify the human capabilities. Today we work through this project that was conducted over the past 9 months, and this is a chance to talk about this dynamic and vital project that will enable professionalization. What do I mean by that is to professionalize the aspects concerned with health and safety, and to have returns for those in the field will enhance their qualifications and professionalism. The period lasted for 9 months over 3 phases. The market was studied thoroughly. All the gaps and challenges were observed, as well as the experiences, in order to plan for the future. And this initiative and this project has ended in a group of important initiatives, among of which that is the initiative of national framework for standardization. There are initiatives concerned with education and training, an initiative for licensing, an initiative for R&D, an initiative for culture and awareness. And also, all of these initiatives lead to reaching an enabled sector and to have outcomes, professional outcomes, that will be a support for the citizens workers. Previously, you mentioned that data are is treasure, but actually humans who are the treasures, and the citizens are the treasures, and we hope it will have a wonderful result.
And briefly, are there any initiatives to develop standards or guidelines for using modern technologies in occupational safety inspections from your experience?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Indeed, this is something very important. I think I hear from the previous speaker on the panel that human capability is key and central to everything. But I think more importantly, while when we talk about ILE's initiative for technological standards, we are really talking about something much bigger as far as our labor inspections are concerned. We are talking about transforming safety culture, the culture of workplace safety, from moving decisively towards the culture of Vision Zero, which is a prevention culture. Now, to us, technology is a key enabler. It enables us to do our work more effectively. But fundamentally, culture has to be impacted. If it doesn't impact on the culture, there's not much use. So let me share something exciting that we are doing at ILE. We developed a guideline on labor inspection in the Vision Zero context, where the Vision Zero culture of prevention is important. Now, this is where modern inspection approaches meets the ultimate goal of zero workplace accidents and illnesses. This framework isn't just about writing guidelines. It is about creating a new prevention-first culture for our OSH inspection. Let me break down with some practical examples. First, ISA, which is the International Social Association, has developed what we call Vision Zero Leading Indicators guidebook. These aren't just guidelines, they are roadmaps for transformation, capture relevant, meaningful indicators. So technology can help us to capture this data, monitor this data, and use it for predictive engineering. Now, our second major initiative focuses on what we call connectedness prevention. Here's what's fascinating about this issue. We are creating platforms to discuss standards for interconnected safety systems that share data across different workplaces and even across borders. Imagine a system where a safety lesson learned in one country can immediately benefit workers in another. That's the power of how interconnectedness here is. Now, but here's what really excites me about this initiative. They are changing the entire culture of workplace safety. We are moving from a reactive to a more predictive approaches. So this Vision Zero guideline help you to identify that. Isolated interventions to more integrated intervention. Compliance-focused inspection to a prevention-oriented partnership in the enforcement approach. From fault findings to finding solution to safety incidences as well as near misses. Now, these are very important shifts in the thinking process of a mindset on the inspection enforcement perspective. So Vision Zero helped us to identify this culture and how we shift it. So this includes real-time risk monitoring protocols, which technology will help us, predictive analytics frameworks, which AI are now making it more and more real, digital competency requirement for inspectors, that's where the capacity building, human capacity is important, and more importantly, the cross-border data sharing standards, where we learn from each other and getting the power looking. Looking ahead, we are particularly excited about developing a prevention through partnership program where we are bringing together technology providers as well as labor inspectorates and workers' representatives as well to co-create the next generation of safety solution. The beauty of this approach is that it creates what we call prevention ecosystem, where technology, standards, and human factors all work together towards our Vision Zero goals. We are seeing inspectorate transform from enforcement agency to prevention partners, using technology as an enabler for this cultural shift. So remember, Vision Zero isn't about having zero accidents. It is about creating a mindset where every workplace risk is anticipated and prevented. So our Vision Zero guidelines are designed to support exactly this transformation. And technology today, we're going to accelerate this transformation. So I will encourage everyone here to engage with this initiative through our regional working groups. Your experience and insight so far are invaluable in shaping not just the standards, but the future of workplace safety itself. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much. أيضا ختاما.
And in closing, I thank our guest about these discussions that shed the light in work environment. We hope that this sessions has enriched all a new dimension in understanding the tools, and we look forward further collaboration to fulfill a better environment that are more sustainable.
Being and preventing losses. From national collaboration, we turn to cooperate model that has sent benchmarks worldwide. Please welcome Engineer Ghassan Abul Faraj, Vice President and Chief Loss Prevention Engineer at Saudi Aramco.
Thank you for the introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wassalatu
In
wassalam
the
ala
name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, and peace be upon the Prophet and all his companion. السيدات والسادة الضيوف الأكارم، يشرفني ويسعدني أن أتحدث هنا معكم اليوم لتعزيز الصحة الثقافية، و من أيامنا يرتكز ولم يقل هذا الجهود، ولطالما كانت الصحة المهنية والسلامة في مقدمة جهودنا. ومنذ أن نزل أو جاء أول مهندس صحة في عام 1930، ومن وقتها تكون الصحة والمهنية والسلامة في قلب أعمالنا. وكذلك لدينا الميزة أن نشارك مع المعايير، وأن يكون هناك مجموعات من الحوكمة، بالإضافة إلى مجموعات التي التشريعات والأنظمة التي أطلقتها.
and it is crucial to our livelihood. It is something intangible and yet so precious that it is at the core of every successful business and brings us together at this conference to learn, share our experiences, and use our collective knowledge as a stepping stone for future success. And today, I'd like to highlight how Aramco focuses on people, technology, and knowledge sharing to promote occupational safety and health and drive industry-leading performance. First and foremost, we believe that our people are our greatest assets, and their safety and health are of utmost importance. This is true not only for our direct hire employees, but also for our contracted employees and those of our valued business partners. We recognize that only by working together towards a common goal are we able to achieve a leading safety performance. Guided by our commitment to national duty and industry leadership, we have adopted an integrated model that promotes a safe and healthy work environment, focusing on preventing accidents and losses before they occur. This model is supported through the development and adoption of smart technologies, strong and visible leadership across all levels of the organization, and a corporate culture that places people at the heart of our concern. Safety has been always a core value of Aramco, and as such is deeply ingrained in our corporate strategy. We demonstrate our commitment to maintaining a safe and healthy work environment for everyone through our investment in employee well-being and the corresponding results we have achieved. These investments not only reduce the risks of incidents and losses, they bring the added benefits of enhancing worker engagement and productivity, job satisfaction, and overall quality of life. And beyond being a moral obligation, simply put, safety is good business. Our employee well-being program caters to the physical, emotional, and mental health of our workforce and are tailored to match a unique requirement of multiple worker populations. These programs focuses on people, culture, and operational discipline and includes fitness initiatives, support services, and employee assistance programs, among others. The second critical aspect of our approach is providing our people with the technologies and tools necessary to uphold safety across all aspects of the workforce. Over the past several years, we have embraced technology as a fundamental pillar of our growth, and we have strategically embedded technology-driven progress into our operations. Advanced technologies such as smart wearables and digital helmets, as well as the use of AI and predictive analytics, allow us to identify and mitigate risks before they are materialized. While rapid evolution of virtual reality technology is reshaping our modern training methods. We're able to harness the power of VR within the state-of-the-art training facilities and simulation-based training programs to ensure that our workforce is equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to perform their job safely and efficiently. Virtual reality is transforming our learning and providing an immersive landscape where mistakes have no negative consequences. This integration of technology, both in operation and training, enhances our ability to achieve business goals, and create a work environment where safety and innovation go hand in hand. The third aspect of our approach is knowledge sharing, where our aim is to create a ripple effect that inspires others within the industry and beyond. And as a leader in the energy industry, with operations spanning the globe, Aramco's reach is immense. We have a duty to share our knowledge and best practices with our partners and affiliates, as well as wider industry as a whole, to advance the culture of safety and well-being. And we support the development and implementation of effective government regulations and, of course, the industry standards through our advocacy with government bodies, as well as our participation in standard committees. And as a learning organization, we also look forward to benefiting from the expertise of others through collaboration with international think tanks and renowned research centers such as Mary Kay O'Connor Process Safety Center, ICME, and the European Process Safety Center. We're able to integrate successful industry practices and influence others, driving safety forward. In terms of safety performance, in the 92-year history of Aramco, we have never been safer, and we are proud of this accomplishment. At the same time, however, we do not allow ourselves to focus solely on performance metrics to the exclusion of everything else. Metrics such as injury rates and process releases are mainly a reflection of the effectiveness of our day-to-day safety efforts. Just as you cannot drive a car by simply looking at the rear view mirror, you cannot drive an industry-leading performance by only focusing on lowering injury rates. Hence, our primary focus remain forward-looking towards our efforts to strengthen our culture of safety and the effective implementation of our safety requirements. We believe that continuous improvement is a journey, not a destination. We do not rest on our accomplishments since there is always room for improvement. We continue to invest in research and development, explore new technologies and innovative solutions to further our safety performance. We also collaborate with employees to encourage new ideas and suggestions, as well as ensure our programs and initiatives are tailored to their needs and challenges. In conclusion, Aramco's role in promoting occupational safety, health, and employee well-being is multifaceted and far-reaching. Our integrated model, holistic approach, and commitment to safety have led to a work environment that benefits both our employees and businesses, and also extends to the many affiliates and valued business partners around the world. And as we move forward, we will continue to prioritize the well-being of people, invest in innovative solutions, and shape our knowledge and best practices with others. We believe that by working together, from top leadership all the way to the front line, we can create a culture of occupational safety and health that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer
شكراً
Ghassan
جزيلاً
Abu
لك
Faraj,
إنجنير غسان أبو
for sharing
الفرج،
Aramco's holistic,
لمشاركة
people-centric
أيضاً.
safety journal. We now take a break for 90 minutes, 90. Enjoy lunch, visit the exhibition, and continue the dialogue. Please be back in the hall by 1:25 p.m. for a prompt restart. الآن أدعوكم للاستراحة لمدة 90 دقيقة. أتمنى أن تستمتعوا بوجبة الغداء وزيارة المعرض. يرجى العودة إلى القاعة بحلول الساعة 1:25 بعد الظهر. شكراً لكم.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
In the name of God, the greatest
أصحاب
and the
المعالي.
most compassionate, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests. قبل أن نبدأ أود أن
That is going to be in English, so if you needed the translating packs, they are ready for you to pick up. Thank you so much. يسرنا أن نرحب بكم مجددا.
It would be such a pleasure to welcome you in Gosh 7th since we are sharing the lights on the innovations and our sustainable inspirational projects, and it's such a pleasure to share with you in this session in the second day of our conference to listen to the first keynote from Mr. Isam Al-Ahmar, from the Ministry of the social development and the social responsibility in Tunisia, and he has a great, important, wide experience that exceed over than 13 years in the juridical and in different also in the high juridical. I also in he has multiple frame and authors and work and studies in judicial. We would like to listen to Mr. The Tunisian. We would like to listen from his insights about the Tunisian insights and Tunisians about and the Tunisian experience about the occupational safety. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Assam on stage. Welcome with me and join me welcoming him. In the name of God, the greatest and the most compassionate, Your Excellency, Your Royal Highnesses, it's such a pleasure to stand up in front of you and to share my insights and participate in the Global Occupational Safety and Health Conference that's going to combine us on a very crucial and sensitive topic and concerns, which is the occupational safety, the protection of humanity and workers among different occupation sites and on those who are responsible for productions. It is not our just a moral responsibility, however, it is our commitment that holds our responsibility, and today our needs has been accelerated than before ever, and we need to take a further steps, especially in light of this era that witnesses a great digital and technological transitions such as learning, machine learning, and others. Those we need to harness those technologies for the health of humanity. And since we have listened to the first sessions, we need to be proactive more than working on, more than only taking action, and that will help us to make sure about have a preventions of all the crises, and that will help us to develop those criteria. We have some hazard on economy side and on the on economical side and the humanitarian side. Sometimes if we depend totally on digital platforms, that's going also to combat or to make and to produce some backdrops and some obstacles. Therefore, if we left it behind, of course we will not going further, we will not going to develop, since our main concerns and our focus about it is based on humanity and the currentness of humanity. We need to produce some certain developing strategy, and also we need to know about the crisis that sometimes will lead into a great harmness that we could not achieve, and we could not provide a solution for it. Therefore, we need to be able to provide and to be proactive, to volunteer. And for example, you remember within a tsunami, those who sacrificed themselves to freeze the machine. Those were not a machine. Those were not an AI. Those are a human. They sacrifice themselves. They sacrifice with their knowledge, and therefore it is very necessary when we talk about occupational safety. We need to balance between the value of a human and the value of the AI and the technology technologies, and it is artificial technologies as well. So within these concerns, and Tunisia has been witnessed a great developing era, and it is not accelerate, it's not very fast, but I think it has been reached a great stage of developing, and it has been issued by our constitutions and linked directly with our constitutions. The first chapter of the Tunisian regulations reached to 1929, which is we focused on the agricultural sector, and which was the biggest sector in Tunisia, and then we expand our industries. We have industry, we have production in 1925, in 1950s as well we have experienced, and we have developed our regulations until 95, when we have established a great holistic approach that combines the private and the public sectors together. We support and we provide a great protection that we need to base on compensation mindset, and the compensation we need to also combine institutions and associations. They have a general profits. These certain type of association, they are far away of NGOs, and they are far away of all the institutions, but they allows all the institutional entities and the startups companies, medium companies, to participate, and we provide them a great protections against all the crises that might be faced by the workers and all the occupations, and that ensure that institutions will hire more than 500 workers. They have a great phase and space and also to provide nurses and technologies within this space. And regarding the medical sectors in Tunisia, it depends on the medical and the doctors, those who might provide a value and aware of the occupations. Sometimes doctors in Tunisia, they are not just a doctor, but they are more a guide, and they are also and consultants. They are aware of everything. So the Ministry of the Social Responsibility, they are expanding from the Ministry of Health, and also they have a defense and detection mandate, monitoring mandate, and inspections as well mandate. We are depending on some doctors. They have a long and permanent contract. That types of doctors, those who has the responsibility to cure people. However, we have a great staff of doctors. Their main job is to inspection for detection and monitor everything related to the occupational safety. And we have the national occupational that will especially for the occupational and the crisis safety. We have the small medium institutions. They have technicians, and we have an institution. They have over 500 employees. They need to be contract, and they need to be registered in the entity of the occupational safety. This is in a brief what we provide in Tunisia, but also recently we have some strategy that concentrate on the prevention, which is we need to combat all the crises and to decrease death people and those who face their fate on the site. The last but not least, mutual cooperation between Arabian countries especially, it's very crucial. and that's very important in number 7, and that's based on 1987. Since that time we are following these criteria, and there is also a great memorandum of understanding has been conducted on 2017 between Saudi Arabia and Tunisia, and we have conducted a meeting in June 2024, and of course we will conduct a meeting in June 2025 to activate our corporations before December 2025. So the council committee will provide a framework, a social framework between Tunisia and Saudi Arabia. Those, of course, regarding that advertisement regarding the occupational safety, we are planning to prepare our cooperation and agreements that will, of course, enhance our framework and will enhance our framework to work and to know more about the agreements 55 and another agreements for the Arabian cooperation, and because it is a right for all this occupational safety, it is one of our priorities and and the human rights. In the last but not least, I would like to assure on our cooperation and commitment to enhance the sector, to cooperate together and collaborate together in different sectors. And of course, we need to invest in human and in productivity and in our next generations to provide a best sustainable safety and environment for all our occupations. Thank you so much.
نعبر لمعالي الوزير.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Minister of Social Responsibility in Tunisia. Thank you so much for your insightful information from your perspective.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to introduce our next panel discussion, which explores emerging challenges and transformative solutions in occupational safety and health. It is my pleasure, actually, to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Dua Al-Saleh, who is a medical doctor and has a PhD in clinical research. She is a physician scientist at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center. She brings over a decade of experience in clinical research with expertise in clinical trials, outcomes research, and real-world evidence. Dr. Saleh trained at Weill Cornell Medicine and Mount Sinai in New York and has collaborated with leading national and international health institutions. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dua to moderate this important panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the break. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the panel discussion titled, The Future of Occupational Safety and Health Beyond Traditional Work Environments, Modern Technologies and Strategies for Ensuring Mental and Physical Well-Being. As workspaces evolve beyond the traditional office into remote work, the digital economy and field-based environments, it becomes increasingly important to rethink how we define and implement occupational safety and health. Today, we'll explore how modern technologies and workplace transformations are shaping both the physical and the mental well-being of workers across diverse settings. I am honored to moderate this session and even more honored to be joined by an outstanding group of experts and leaders in occupational safety, mental health, and policy. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. starting with Dr. Jonathan DiPiero. Dr. Jonathan DiPiero, Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Associate Director at the Center for Stress, Resilience, and Personal Growth at ICANN School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. Dr. Saoud Al-Umar, CEO of Tawazun Company. Dr. Manal Azzi, Team Lead on Occupational Safety and Health at the International Labor Organization. Dr. Mehreen Mujtaba, Director of Climate Change, Nutrition and Health, Ministry of National Health Services, Regulation and Coordination, Islamabad. Finally, Dr. Justine Giddens, Occupational Psychiatrist and Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at the University of Toronto. Thank you for joining me today. We're all seated comfortably? Okay. So we're starting the discussion with asking a couple of questions and going around us, starting with Dr. DiPiero. From a scientific perspective, what are the most prominent psychological risks faced by workers in flexible or digital work environments compared to traditional settings?
So thank you, Dr. Doa. My microphone on?
Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Doa, for that really interesting question. One of the challenges that's been faced by workers working remotely or in a hybrid fashion is a sense of loneliness or disconnection from their team or from their leader. And we saw this certainly during the COVID-19 pandemic, where teams were separated and working remotely entirely due to health and safety risks. And now people are either continuing to work entirely remotely or working in a hybrid fashion. And it can be really challenging. You might not see anyone on your team in person for months or years at a time. You might not see your manager or supervisor in person, and that face-to-face connection is extremely important. And one of the things that we see at our medical center, the Mount Sinai Health System, is sometimes really challenging situations happen clinically with patients or amongst the team and people's personal lives. And there can be a real sense of comfort given by a manager or a colleague if you're seeing them in person on the heels of something challenging happening, or a team coming together and debriefing about a situation all together. And if folks are calling in remotely, maybe they have their camera off, other things are going on, it can be less impactful. And certainly it can be less impactful to do certain kinds of trainings or workshops around mental health or resilience like we do virtually rather than in person. So I really strongly prefer to do a lot of the trainings that we offer to our workforce, including medical residents, nurses, and physicians, in person to maximize engagement.
Thank you very much, Dr. DiPiero. دكتور سعود العمر، أهلا وسهلا بك من جديد. من خلال خبرتك في تقديم برامج الرفاه في بيئات العمل، ما هي المؤشرات أو الحالات الواقعية التي صادفتها وتبرز الحاجة المتزايدة لمثل هذه المبادرات؟
طيب، شكرا دكتورة دعاء، يعطيكم العافية وشكرا لحضوركم. صراحة من أبرز الأشياء اللي لاحظناها في بيئات العمل
that we have
مستويات
faced,
التوتر العالي،
it
سواء
is the
عند
very high
الموظفين
tension, especially for the CEOs and their managers in some entities, in some companies as well. What's the levels of this high tension? It is affects the productivity among all the employees and their psychological health. Some cases they has been diseased by diabetes, others they have cholesterol disease, and also their immune system has been affected by the tension by their employers. So that we have witnessed that. Actually, I don't want to exaggerate, but of course sometimes when we think about that, they think about committing suicide actually when they have reached a very high level of tension and of also an anxiety that will lead into committing suicide or thinking on that era or that phase. But that will affect also the productivity So we need to pay attention to that. When your productivity is going to lower, that's going to affect the outcome of your company. So everybody in any entities, in any company, they will think that, of course, we don't have now perfections in any entities or in any company. We don't have 100% perfections. We must work on that. If the certain department must work on that to know about everything. We have studies, 70% of the employees, if they are staying in their office, that is good, great indicators. But if they are just want to leave it or to go out, so I think that indicates there is something bad or a negative point.
Azzi. From the ILO's perspective, how are emerging work patterns such as remote work and platform-based work reshaping the global understanding of occupational safety and health?
So much, Dua. So from the International Labour Organization and on the occasion of the World Day for Safety and Health at Work, which we just commemorated earlier last week, we just launched a global research on revolutionizing safety and health at work and the role of AI and digitalization. And we looked at 5 main areas, and I know we have an esteemed panel that will discuss some of the risks that workers are facing with the introduction of technology. But we not only looked at remote work and algorithmic management of work, but also the use of robotics and the use of the automation and changes due to automation, also wearable devices and various wearables and virtual reality use for training and immersive training for workers on safety and health. And we realize across all of these 5 big digital changes, we do have different risks, and we looked at policy and practice across various countries in the world and what we're doing to address those risks. And one forgotten area I think that we saw are the people powering AI. I was at the exhibition earlier and we saw so much use and reliance on AI systems, but there are people extracting different minerals to power AI. There are the data annotators, the content moderators that are being exposed to a lot of material that could be harmful. And then of course there's the environmental electronic waste management of all of the products that we're talking about. So we look at for both the physical and mental health risks across these 5 different digitalization changes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manal. Now the question for Dr. Mahreen. How do you perceive the evolution of occupational health and safety beyond traditional work environments?
Hello. Okay, thank you, Dwaf. This is a very important question. Ever since pandemic, we saw a paradigm shift in the traditional work environment, and it is not, the locus of the work is not just set in an office, but it's more like homes and non-traditional work environments. So right now we are all sitting here trying to address as well as adapt to a new work environment, which is driven by the technological advancements, but at the same time we have to nurture the people who are not sitting in a traditional work environment, and we have to kind of devise policies at the level of ministries of health as well as at the level of policy makers and at the level of different organizations that look at the workforce, to look at the area where there is no employee and employer relationship, but then you have to devise policies which are reaching people in their non-traditional working environments, which could be their homes, co-working spaces. And another thing which was very heartening to realize while I've been going around through the conference is an emphasis on the well-being of not only those who are working in the offices and in the traditional workforce, but also looking at the well-being and the emotional well-being of the individuals who are probably working in the remote settings. So I think this is a very positive debate, and it's an area that needs to evolve, and the workforce needs to adapt around this, and we need to have more discourse around this.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving an example of the not so traditional work spaces as well. Now moving to Dr. Giddens, what are the most prominent psychological challenges faced by workers in high pressure environments? And how can we differentiate between normal stress and stress that leads to mental health disorders?
Thank you so much, Dr. Doa. I'm going to speak to the audience because I think this is such an important question, something that we're really all struggling for in the occupational realm. And I think mental health is really what's driving the most cost in terms of the system, and what we're seeing is the biggest trends currently. If we look at the data, 15% of the workers are going to be having mental health challenges. Speaking to what those look like, it's largely depression and anxiety. And I'll speak a bit around what that looks like from a clinical population versus what people would consider normal stress, because obviously that's something we all face. And what's really important around the differentiation is the level of impact. So stress impacts everyone. It's part of being human, unfortunately. But you'd be hard-pressed to find someone that's not experiencing some level of hardship, within their lives. And so how then does that impact or translate into the workplace is when we see a high level of job dissatisfaction or lack of productivity. And so oftentimes when it tips over the scale is when the person's ability, the individual's ability, exceeds their ability to keep up with the demands of the occupation. So that's, if you picture like a scale, it kind of tips around that. In terms of what the common things you're going to be seeing, it's largely driven by the mood and anxiety disorders, because people with psychosis, schizophrenia, often won't make it to the workforce, unfortunately. And so who we're supporting in the population that we're seeing in the working population is depression and anxiety. So that's who often you're going to be coming across.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giddens. So we talked about examples of the not so traditional workspaces, the psychological burden. Now moving back to Dr. DiPiero, maybe we talk more about research. Tell us about your most significant research and programs in psychological safety. What findings could contribute to developing effective strategies for protecting mental health in work environments?
Well, that's a perfect question. It's like it was written for me. So psychological safety, just to be clear, is one's ability to bring their full self to the workplace and feel safe and secure in doing so. And this has been shown in research, some done by us at Mount Sinai, and mostly done in business school settings with other workplaces. The research shows that psychological safety is really related strongly to productivity, to a sense of positive emotion at work, to people's personal relationships outside of work. So if you have a good, safe relationship with your supervisor at work, you actually have more satisfying relationships at home, and also turnover. So if you have a sense of strong psychological safety at work, you're feeling safe and secure, and you're not going to leave, or you're much less likely to leave the institution or the setting. So it's incredibly important, and there's a very strong business case for boosting psychological safety. So I can give you some examples of how we implement this. So I come from a center at the Mount Sinai Health System in New York called the Center for Stress, Resilience, and Personal Growth. And we started about 5 years ago during the early part of the pandemic with our mandate being essentially take care of the workforce. Our healthcare workers are struggling and they need support, so we put a lot of programming in place. One of the things that we did is we trained managers in the health system in psychological safety. So actually every new manager coming into the health system, you could have one supervisee or you could have 100. You get an hour-long training from us as part of your first week orientation in the health system about how to foster psychological safety. There's also an aspects of psychological first aid that are addressed. And we had a grant-funded program that we did something a little bit different. So we went into units across the health system, high stress units like the emergency department, the ICUs, the labor and delivery floors, where a lot of exciting, sometimes scary things happen, and staff are really stressed. And we talked for 10 minutes during the operational huddles that they had in the morning, in the evening. And we had a manualized manualized content of 13 different topics, one of them being psychological safety. And what we found is that staff who engaged in these workshops found them to be these huddles, these brief conversations, found them to be very relevant to their job, to give them tools to manage their work life well, to give them tools to manage their home life well. And also, these staff were very likely to say that these tools, having this made available to them, was one way that their leader shows appreciation, that this was made available to them. So we took this content from a longer format and really condensed it down to bring it to staff where they didn't need to come to us and step off a unit that they couldn't step off of. And as part of that program, leaders got very specific training as well to complement the huddles their staff were getting. And this has been published in an International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health last year, the impact of these huddles. So this is something we take really seriously, and we're sort of baked into or built into the mechanism of HR within our health system to ensure that every new manager and every staff that's supervising folk get these kinds of trainings.
Thank you very much, Dr. Di Piero. You said something very important, and I think we all see that. Like sometimes if you work in a very stressful environment, you come back home and all you talk about is your work and how unsatisfied you are. So you bring the stressors, and the more you bring of these stressors, not only that it affects you, it affects the relationship of your family, your friends, anyone that you're in contact with. So it's it starts with identifying stressors, prevention programs or training programs like the programs that you've mentioned. Thank you again. نعود إلى الدكتور سعود. سؤالي ما هي أبرز الدروس أو التحديات
أنتقل Doctor, what's the challenges that you have faced when you are working on raising the welfare in these sectors, and what's the main components that will help you? Well, main challenges is when we do not have the ability to convince those decision makers with our programs. If it's going to provide a great outcome, it's worth to invest on in those programs? Sometimes they focus only from a psychological part, but they do not focus on the economical side and how the productivity is going to be increased. This is one of our main challenges, but of course when we raise our awareness, when we train decision makers, when we provide them a great programs, when we work about the psychological risk, and this is very, very important and crucial, we need and help us to jump over all obstacles, that will raise the awareness among all the decision makers. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Raising awareness, it is such a great examples. I would like to share with you a personal. I am a doctor, and sometimes I know what's the stress, the heat stress, and when you are under just in a position that you are feeling that heat stress. But I remember
Di Piero is a colleague of mine and a friend, a very close friend ever since I was in Sinai. I remember I attended one of your sessions. There was a big table. I was showing him the table yesterday. There was a big table that shows like the levels of burnout and how do you recognize what are the symptoms. الأعراض الاحتراق الوظيفي. It wasn't until that moment that I realized, okay, maybe I'm suffering. Maybe there is something wrong that I need to seek help. So it's awareness, even if we think we know, حتى لو نعرف أن هذا هو معنى الاحتراق الوظيفي، هذه هي.
Sometimes it takes you time in order to realize that there is a problem, to address it. This is why the early intervention, precaution, is highly important.
My question to you, could you share the most significant global initiatives or practices observed by the ILO that contribute to protecting workers outside traditional workplaces through modern tools for technologies?
Yes, and I think building on the point of prevention that you mentioned and you finished with, we do need to understand who is responsible to provide this prevention and to provide an environment that is enabling for safety and health. So we're talking about changes as in online work, platform work, telework, algorithmic management-based work. Who's the employer and who's the worker? What kind of employment relationship are we looking at? And that's what makes it more difficult. So if you're in a traditional workplace, it's very clear who has the duty of care, who is the person that is liable and accountable to provide that. But if you leave that up to the individual, if you're self-employed, and the International Labour Organization has done a lot of work in terms of global policy guidance, policy setting, standard setting, and research to see what is the best way, not to make the burden on the worker to create this risk assessment role, etc., but also to understand the employer self-employed relationship, to update regulation in a sense that it recognizes the rights of self-employed. So those are really important distinctions when we're talking about the responsibility to provide prevention. And it's not just about, for us, if we're talking only about psychosocial factors, it's a list of psychosocial factors from job control, transparency, the hierarchy, the management leadership style that you have. And so when you're working from home, not only are you exposed to those factors, but also exposed to ergonomic risks, and the role of any employer, if there is that kind of relationship, obviously is to provide the right information, training for these changes. And what we're seeing with platform economy, it's not only that you're getting your instructions online, sometimes like from various robotic systems, but also you don't have the right tools. So if you're a delivery person, who's ensuring that, are you riding a bike, are you riding a car, do you have the right helmet? The violence and harassment that you face from clients and consumers. So there are so many elements, and what interests us at the ILO is to make sure we realize, we say who's responsible for what, to provide that preventative system, but also to understand the broader working conditions, the broader social protection provision. And so you can't talk, in isolation of issues related to mental health or physical health, but also the broader wages, the social protection, and other working conditions that change and vary as we introduce these AI-powered systems and technologies.
Examples of great work. Thank you, Dr. Manal. Moving back to Dr. Mahreen, I have a question for you. In your view, what are the most pressing physical and mental health, since we're talking about it, challenges that are faced by remote workers or those in non-traditional work settings?
Ever since the rise of remote work and non-traditional work settings, there are numerous benefits associated with this, but it brings its own unique set of challenges, both physical as well as mental. As far as the physical challenges are concerned, as I'm going to echo your words, there's no regulation on the ergonomics of the workspace. So where the non-traditional worker is sitting and working, that's not, I don't even know whether it's regulated or is it monitored by the company that person is working for. So it can lead to conditions like long hours of working on computer could have tendinitis, carpal tunnel syndrome. And does the ambit of regulation and the insurance cover for something like that? That's, the jury is still out on that. Apart from that, there is repetitive tasks. So again, is any company regulating or the insurance policy regulating the sort of physical manifestations of work that is involved? As far as the mental challenges are concerned, there is a blurring of the work-life balance, which is leading to anxiety, depression. So when you're in a traditional work setting, you come back home and you switch off. But then when you're in your house, or let's just take the home, there is blurring of your work and your personal life. So that's one of the challenges which most people are facing nowadays. I have a young son who is doing something online. He's a student. And so the remote work is kind of challenging for him. And I can see that is because he's working in during hours which ideally he should be sleeping. So that's kind of physically manifesting in the way he's responding to the family, emotionally responding to the family, but his physical health also, because he doesn't get time to exercise or anything. So these are the sort of physical and mental challenges which we have to look into. These are unique, but addressing them is, so we are given a window of opportunity to address these, and we are talking about it, so we are bringing it to the table. For most of me, I hope there are some employers sitting here who are involved in this sort of work. So we are kind of sitting here highlighting those. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahreen. So this reminds me, during COVID, like even traditional work, not so traditional work setting, like when people started working remotely, everyone was happy. Most of the people were happy. Oh, we're going to be in our PJs. We're just going to be at our comfort zone for a few days. And then it started taking tolls on people, realizing, no, this is not as fun as we thought it would be. We're missing out on seeing people from those that we're seeing across the screens, like in real life. And then people were publishing tips online on how to create a work environment inside your house, just so it gives you that sense of, yes, you're not at your office, but this is a work environment. And then I remember also right after the pandemic, some workplaces started having, even if the work was completely remote, they started inviting people to like social, like once weekly, kind of help balance not so traditional versus traditional work settings. So there were signs that there are basic elements that are a necessity of like well-being and mental health that were addressed. Thank you so much again. Moving back to Dr. Giddens, my question, based on your expertise, what are the most effective strategies to promote mental health or mental well-being in the workplace without making employees feel stigmatized or vulnerable?
So I think that's an excellent question. If it's okay, just to comment around some of the mental health.
Definitely. Yeah.
So what hasn't been mentioned, and I failed to mention, is also the increase in substance use that we're seeing. And the pandemic has led to an unprecedented increase in substance use disorders. And the reason I think that's the case is because a lot of the protective mechanisms, and this will go into this question, were removed. So we are social creatures. We are part of a culture. I think Saudi does that so well, the kingdom does it so well in terms of identifying and bringing a culture together, and I certainly feel that, and it's been amazing to be part of that. But if you're not part of it and you're removed and you're in front of a computer away from those, you feel isolated, and the workplace replicates what's going on in the house. Oftentimes it's bringing pre-existing relationships or pre-existing childhood dynamics that are reenacted in the workplace, and that can be negative or positive, but without that social connectedness piece, then people weren't able to work through that. And so if you had an issue with your manager or colleagues, there's not the discussion or the communication around that. And so this leads to a lot of increase in mental health and the substance use as a way to maladaptively cope with that. So going back to your question around how do we decrease stigma or accessibility within the workplace, I think what we're doing now is what we should be doing, which is having these discussions, even recognizing you can't address anything until you know there's a problem. And so just starting with that point of view where this is something we need to address and normalize it, that this is not something that's directly unique to the individual, but this is part of anyone who enters in the workplace. They are susceptible to developing certain mental health challenges. And so that's going back to your first question around when does it go from stress to mental health, is when it's impairing. And so educating the worker on individual things they can do is important, but from an organizational level, you have to decrease the stigma, and so that people are able to recognize it. Like, what is burnout, as you're saying? How would you know? How do you know that those are symptoms? How do you even know that you're experiencing any dysfunction unless it's starting to be recognized? And so the easiest way is through communication, but that's often the hardest way, right? And so that's the only place, though, to start.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gittins. Moving back to Dr. DiPiero, in your opinion, what tools or frameworks can organizations adopt to sustainably integrate mental health into their internal systems? Are there any globally applicable models that you could think of?
So this is also a very good question. This is something that we really think about on a daily basis in our center at Mount Sinai. And we've been really lucky with the support of our dean of our School of Medicine, who happens to be a psychiatrist, and our new dean, who's stepping into the role in a couple of months, who also happens to be a psychiatrist. We've really integrated ourselves into the operations of the health system. So having a place that really thinks about mental health, it could be an organization, it could be a health system, but devotes financial resources to it, devotes personnel to it, devotes people really thinking about how to reach everyone who works in that organization. So for example, one of the things that we often think about is community engagement. So just like an oil company or another kind of organization or some kind of transportation company, all sorts of different jobs exist in these entities. So yes, in a health system, you might first think of nurses and doctors or physician assistants, but there's security guards, there's environmental services, there's all sorts of other folks that work there, administrative support staff, research coordinators, all of those folks. And you need to have strategies that are specifically tailored to reach those individuals. Otherwise, they will not use your services. You'll invest hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars into lovely services, but if you don't tailor them to the specific populations you want to reach, then they're not going to be well utilized. People might not even know that they exist. So we've had to figure out ways to even message our programs. So a physician might be at their computer between patients, or if they're working on research, looking at their emails, but a nurse on the floor taking care of a patient is not checking their work email. A security guard guarding a unit is not checking their work email. So we've had to go to them in person and adapt those offerings, because the typical methods of communication, which seem easy, only reach a section of the workforce, and to be honest, most people don't open those emails anyway. So we really need to be thinking about adaptation, to bake a system like this into the operations of the organization, and to leverage technology. We have an app platform that helps people build resilience that is available to our workforce, to bake that in as an offering.
Thank you very much, Dr. DiPiero. دكتور سعود العمر، سؤالي ما هو دور القيادات المؤسسية؟
What's the role of institutional leaderships in enforcing the well-being? How can it boost the mental health at workplace? First of all, is to lead by role model, and the leaderships is concerned about mental health. They're concerned about their family and striking balance between family and home. Adopting policies and strategies in order to enforce at the workforce, enabling the training the managers, stimulation, connecting the work environment to the quality. These are the most important leaderships in order to enhance the work environment.
Dr. Manal, how does the ILO view mental health and well-being as a pillar of a sustainable work environment? What tools can countries adopt to support this aspect? Maybe you can also touch upon the current efforts in the ILO making and ensuring the protection extend workers as well in this sense.
Thanks. I mean, there are so many points. I want to build on some of what the panelists have said already.
Definitely go.
But maybe just a quick reminder that the ILO Basic and Fundamental Convention 155, it talks about safety and health as not just the mere absence of injury, but really the promotion of both the physical and mental health and well-being of workers. Today, that convention is a fundamental convention, which means it is a sort of an obligation globally for all member states, whether they have ratified or not such a convention. So there is that that international standard that exists, that today has that higher level of obligation to member states, including with the collaboration with our social partners, with worker representatives, employer representatives. So that sets the scene on how important both mental health and physical health is. And after the pandemic, I think we all lived so many different changes. Teleworking and online work already existed, but it just went to a different pace very quickly, and people were not very prepared. So it brought with it a lot of work. From our end, we collaborated with the World Health Organization and developed a couple of policy briefs that discuss interventions globally, both for improving mental health during telework, but also a new policy brief on mental health at work that talks about prevention, the promotion, and support of people living with mental health disorders. But one thing I also want to bring to the attention, because I know the panelists are experts on different areas and have discussed some of the problems faced. There are problems, but with this flexibility that comes with teleworking, we do have to recognize some of the advantages for people with disabilities that have actually been able to access the labor market, for people with caregiving duties, whether they are daughters and sons or elderly that we care for, so we're able to access the labor market in addition through these different technological systems that allow for telework. So those we recognize, but we do have to understand the potential proposals that employer can give between hybrid work, a mix of both presence in a certain working space that is collaborative to encourage and prevent isolation that was mentioned, but encourage more human-human interaction. And when we look at other technologies like automation, and in terms of mental health, it has removed us from work that some of us don't want to do, repetitive work, work that can cause eye strain, musculoskeletal diseases. We've been able to delegate that work to systems that are either AI-powered or automated or robotics that have removed workers from the most hazardous environments, sometimes in mining, in construction, and others. And I see some great examples at the exhibition here already. So we do have to recognize that technology. But with it comes responsibility. With it comes something that needs to be much more human-centered. We cannot rely on this technology. And the regulations we're looking at have seen, how do you regulate human-robot interaction? How do you give workers the right to disconnect? We talked about, workers, working from home and the blurred boundaries. How do you disconnect? How do you organize your work? And how do you keep that reward system where some workers are motivated to work, and I don't want to be working 9 to 5 because that's when I maybe take my kids to the doctor. I'd like to be able to work in the evening and finish off something I was doing. So there's no one system that fits all. And the last thing I wanted to mention is the discussion that's ongoing in the ILO this June and next June at our International Labour Conference for the first time. There's a standard-setting discussion on promoting decent work in the platform economy. There have been a lot of resistance before because it implies, more responsibilities on employers, more responsibilities on governments, but finally it's happening, and hopefully in June 2026 we will come out with a global instrument, a standard that will define, the minimum requirements that will keep workers safe and healthy through these changes.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Dr. Manal. Dr. Mahreen, why is it critical to prioritize mental health alongside physical health in emerging work environments, in your opinion?
Okay, so prioritizing mental health as well as physical health, it's not just a compassionate approach by the employers, it's more like a strategic imperative. There is a bi-directional relationship between physical and mental health, and a lot of time mental health problems start manifesting as physical health ailments. So a lot of times when the employers are coming to work, maybe they're physically well, but they are mentally not in the right space, and that reduces the productivity of those employers. So it's high time, it's an ethical as well as a legal responsibility of the employers to put focus on the mental well-being of their workers, whether they are in-person workers or the remote workers, because in case of remote work especially, this always-on culture where you have to always be present, whether physically or virtually, is kind of putting a lot of demands on the workers in terms of burnouts, depression, anxiety. Just a little while back, I was attending a workshop, and one of the colleagues was showing the example of a delivery guy, and so he's working the entire day, and this was more related to heat stress, but it's nice to just quote it here. So what he said was, by the time he went back home, he didn't feel well. So despite the fact that he was supporting his family in monetary terms, emotionally he was not there for his family. So, so prioritizing physical health of the employee is as important as prioritizing the mental health of the employee, because WHO defines health as not just merely absence of disease, but also physical and social well-being of the individual.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mehreen. Such important points. Maybe we can end the session with the final question to Dr. Gins, but we do have a couple of minutes left where you can add any points after I ask Dr. Gins the question. How can mental health services be practically and sustainably integrated into occupational health systems, particularly in organizations with limited medical resources?
Thank you. It's a fantastic question. It's something we're working in Canada to address at a federal level, and so that's in the government, like the higher level. So part of that, I was instructed to redevelop return to work guidelines, mental health guidelines from both the substance use perspective, but also from mental health, in terms of how do we get people back into the workforce who are in safety critical positions or not. So positions that have, that their decisions and the work are sensitive or put into safety issues. So like if you're a conductor on a train, you would have different concerns than if you're in like a laboral position in terms of the risks associated with that. And so part of what I've done is to redevelop the guidelines around when do we make the determinations of going into work and how to get people back into the work. And in terms of low cost, it's really to take a government approach to that so that each company doesn't have to develop their own policies around mental health. And so you need buy-in from the most important players, the people who have the most influence, but then that will trickle down within to the smaller companies that wouldn't have those resources otherwise. And then going back to the point around communication or destigmatization, you really need that in place as a culture to start having these conversations. And so I think this is such a great microcosm here, because 10 years ago, you wouldn't hear about mental health. It wasn't discussed. It's not something that was acknowledged. And now there's a whole panel that's speaking about it. And so I think it really highlights where we're going in the direction in terms of where the cost is around the education. Because before you have the education, you can't do the interventions, frankly. Right. And then just to a point around that in terms of other low costs. So I'm working with one of the biggest gold mines in Canada. And so one of their approaches that we talked about is bringing peer support. And so having leadership within the community and training them in terms of starting to work with the MRO, the most responsible officer, or the mental health nurses within the organization, so people can start coming to them with their concerns and treating it from a peer level. And so I think that's a really good low-cost initiative. There's some studies to support that, but it's quite hard actually to do the research around that, because people are aware of the intervention, that there's a peer here to help you, but peer support is effective, and it's very low-cost initiative that you can start bringing in. So,
thank you very much, Dr. Gittins. It's such like we talked, I think everyone's perspective complements each other, and we've talked about identifying important things like when it comes to mental well-being. We talked about putting frameworks, examples for programs and initiatives out there. We talked about the effect, and we finally also talked about some research that's being done in this area with examples of outcomes. Yes, we're ending a little bit early, but this gives us more time if anyone of you would like to add a few notes. Starting with Dr. DiPiero.
Yeah, so I would just say that it really takes a village to do this kind of work. So really need buy-in from an institution from all levels to have a successful mental health or behavioral health program and to be attentive to the wellness of staff. It is not just the staff's responsibility to find a place to meditate or to take care of themselves and to address their occupational burnout, for example. Just as an example for burnout, some of the biggest contributors to burnout are not the individual's mental health and them being weak or broken in some way, but the ineffective or ineffectual systems that are weighing on them that are often not addressed directly. So you really need to think about the full picture.
Thank you very much. Very true. دكتور سعود العمر كلمة أخيرة أو
دائما تذكروا صحتك.
Remember that your physical health, mental health is a priority and is the real investment, whether now or later on. So it's highly important to focus on your health.
Build on some of those ideas is that nobody wants to be told to go take a yoga class or meditation. This is not what this is about. And it's really about the concrete solutions to some of these problems that lead to burnout, anxiety, etc. That it could be the type of manager style that you have. These are things you can do something about the promotion, the gender inequality at work, the contracts that are not fair. So there could be clear problems that lead to financial insecurity and anxiety there. And one anxiety, because we're talking about technology and I'm seeing all these robots everywhere, say that the rush into this AI-powered systems and algorithmic management is creating anxiety, and people are scared of losing their job. But the recent studies from the ILO show that there will be millions of roles and tasks that change and evolve, but hundreds of millions of jobs will be enhanced and empowered by the existence of AI, including through these algorithmic management systems that allow to detect patterns of preferences and adapt to workers' needs. But again, the human is the center and should not, we can't rely on these automated systems, but we need to remain at the center of this discussion.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Amanal. Dr. Mahreen, any final thoughts? It will work in a bit. It should work. Okay. Does your work? It's okay. We had a glitch. Maybe battery. Was it a battery issue? Oh, he's got a handheld microphone. Perfect. To the rescue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, ignoring mental health issues of employees is akin to ignoring the physical problems faced by employees. But again, as you mentioned, for quite a while, I'm just looking at that robot waving at me. And I was just getting nervous about the fact that maybe in 2 years' time, the conference has all these robots sitting here and answering. And that kind of gave me anxiety. So I'm thinking about all the workers out there who have this anxiety, as she rightfully said, because it's making me anxious. So we have to, and another point that I wanted to make, being part of the Ministry of Health in my country, is that it is the legal imperative and it is the imperative of the governments, federal ministries of health, to take note of all that is being discussed by scientists and organizations and make it a mandate of the governments to have policies based on fostering an environment which looks at the mental health and well-being, social well-being of the people
Thank
who
you
are
very
working
much,
in
Dr.
remote
Mehreen.
environments.
Dr. Giddens, final thoughts or?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to say thank you. I think it's a real honor to be part of this and to hear what my colleagues are doing and what they're saying. And I think there's not one approach, and that's the honest truth. In mental health, there's many contributors in terms of why people develop mental health disorders and the trajectory, and there's individual as well as cultural components that contribute. But I want to leave with an optimistic note. I am an optimist, and I really do believe that these discussions create opportunity. And work is protective. And so the goal is to keep people working, not being replaced by robots, but to keep people working, because that is actually protective for mental health. And so if we can find a way to support people within the organization, from the organizational level, but also the individual level, that will lead to healthier outcomes within the countries and globally. Mental health is costing $1 trillion in terms of loss of occupation. And so it's just a huge number that we are faced with. And so there's lots of opportunity in terms of promoting wellness within the organization to keep people working and productive members of society. And so I think there's always room for change and growth, but we're starting those discussions, and I think it's fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giddens. And on that note, thank you to our amazing panelists. We've learned a lot today. Thank you for your valuable contributions, and we hope to see you again, work together one day. Thank you very much. And now we move to our final keynote for today. Our final keynote widens the lens to the global stage with the speaker, Mr. Joaquim Bintaru, Noon's Brand Chief, Occupational Safety and Health at the Working Environment ILO. Please welcome Mr. Joaquim to the stage. Thank you.
مساء الخير. I hope this is working. Yes, it is. So once again, مساء الخير. Good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you and to address this speech to this wonderful audience. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for not only organizing this event, but also for the excellent progress you're doing in promoting occupational safety and health. So congratulations, for example, for the launch of the National OSH Institute. Congratulations also for the adoption of the GCC new OSH framework and for many other efforts that have been announced here yesterday. We are gathered here. We may come from different places, different countries. We may speak different languages, but we have a common objective. We are all committed to the health and to the safety of all workers in all workplaces. So throughout my speech, and I do have a PowerPoint that I hope we'll be able to see, I'll just let you know where we are globally in terms of occupational safety and health. What are the main drivers of change that we have to consider when addressing safety and health at work? And also, what is the perspective of the ILO in terms of the future of occupational safety and health? So I cannot see the PowerPoint on the screen. I will ask you, please, to show it, because I have many tables that I'd like to speak about, and I'll wait then for a couple of seconds. If possible. Well, while we are waiting for the PowerPoint, let me just start by providing you with some figures. We in the ILO, we update our estimates on the number of fatalities related to work, the number of occupational injuries, the number of work-related diseases. And what we can see, and as launched last time, we organized the World Congress on Safety and Health at Work in Sydney, Australia, 2 years ago, or, well, 1 year and a half ago, is that we still have almost 3 million people dying every year because of work, and also that almost 90% fatalities are caused by diseases. We also see that there is an increase when we look into specific risk factors. And by working with other UN agencies, for example, with the World Health Organization, and I know that we have some colleagues from WHO in the house or in the room, we have come out to very surprising conclusions. And one that I would highlight, it's the fact that when looking into the specific relation between given occupational risk factors and a given disease, we saw together with WHO that the major cause of some heart diseases leading to death was working long hours. So we have seen that working 55 hours a week or more than this is indeed one of the risk factors that can lead more probably to death. So we are still waiting for the PowerPoint, but let us continue by also letting you know that from the ILO we have been going through what I would say a renewed interest on occupational safety and health. And when I say a renewed interest of the ILO, I say a renewed interest of the of ILO's constituents, meaning ministries of labor, employers' organizations, and workers' organizations. And this can be seen in many different recent outcomes of the organization that, as a matter of fact, are applicable to all of our 187 member states. And namely, I will refer to two of these outcomes. One was in June 2022, when our members, so the governments, the employers, and the workers' organizations have decided that occupational safety and health is a fundamental principle and right at work. And this is a very important decision because it means that independently of having ratified the many safety and health conventions that the ILO has, around 21, every member state of the ILO, just because they are member states of the ILO, have the moral and the legal obligation to promote and to realize the principles enshrined in two of the many ILO conventions on safety and health at work. These are conventions number 155 and number 187. So these are very important instruments because of two reasons. These are the instruments that give you the blueprint of how safety and health should be managed at national level. So they do let us know what are the instruments that are required in any country, in any region of the world, to effectively manage safety and health. And these are, simplifying a bit, having a comprehensive, universal, national OSH policy, having a strategy that goes together with policy, and having a system that should have some elements in place, namely a legal framework that covers all occupational hazards, all sectors, and all workers, having a tripartite body to discuss and formulate policies on safety and health at work, having an effective system to ensure compliance with the legislation, and having also some form of workers' representation when it comes to safety and health at the workplace level. In addition to this, in November 2023, the ILO's governing body has adopted a new global strategy on safety and health at work that leads the way on how our members seeing the work of the ILO in terms of supporting member states, advancing the right to a safe and healthy working environment. So I had many, many pictures, many tables to show you, and it's a pity that we don't have the PowerPoint. Maybe we can still find it somewhere, because I really like to illustrate what I'm saying with some images. But if not, let's still move ahead. So what we see also, I think it would be a bit more interesting for you and engaging if we could see the PowerPoint. But oh, there it is. So great. So please, next slide. Oh, there we are. So this is what I was saying in terms of our estimates. As you can see there, on the screen, we have, we update these estimates every 3 years. As I said, almost still 3 million people dying every year because of work. It's important, when we speak of numbers, this is a number. Of course, it comes with human suffering. It comes with economic costs. It comes with social costs. But we have to understand that, for example, this is twice as much as the number of people that die every year due to traffic accidents. So then, if we see, that the number is much higher than what we think, when speaking of road accidents, of something that can affect, any one of us, we can see that, as a matter of fact, the situation is still unacceptable. Then you can see also that we are still having a majority of injuries, fatal injuries, in the so-called most hazardous sectors, this being construction, agriculture, mining, also in some subsectors in manufacturing. And on the right side, on the left side of the screen, this is where you will find some information on the estimates that we have developed together with WHO on the more detailed relationship between given occupational risk factors and a given disease. And as I was just saying, I would say, the most innovative conclusion of this research than the relation between working hours and heart diseases. We have also engaged on looking deeper into, for example, the fraction of the population, of the working population, exposed to excessive heat, and I think that you'll be hearing about this in other sessions, and we came to the conclusion that at least 71% of the working population globally is indeed exposed to high temperatures, of course with effects on the health of workers. Looking, for example, into eye health, we have seen a year ago that we have at least 13 million people, 30 million working age people working with a vision impairment that, as a matter of fact, was originated in the workplace. When I mentioned these two very important fundamental conventions on safety and health at work of the ILO, conventions number 155 and number 187, I saw that this was a major progress, as, again, all our members need now to realize the rights enshrined in these instruments. Nonetheless, we have to say that when compared these two conventions to the group of 10 fundamental conventions of the ILO, fundamentals addressing rights like child labor, or abolition of child labor, the elimination of forced labor, equality, non-discrimination, freedom of association. Unfortunately, we see that the two conventions on OSH are the ones that are really lagging behind. You will see that those are the two standards that on this graphic you will see on the left side of the screen. Meaning that we are making progress, but we need to accelerate action so that, as a matter of fact, this right will become a reality for all the workers. When we also see how OSH is being managed in different countries, we have many positive remarks to say. For example, we can see that almost all countries have a national OSH authority. In almost 90% of the cases, these national OSH authorities are within the ministry responsible for labor or under the umbrella, under the mandate of the Ministry of Labor, being this the case of countries that have national agencies, national institutes with some degree of autonomy, but still, depending from this ministry. We also see that almost 80% of countries have a tripartite body responsible for OSH. This can be a specific tripartite council on safety and health at work, or it can be a department, a section of a national tripartite council addressing labor issues. So the case is different from country to country, but still in a vast majority of countries, this element does exist. We also see that one of the most, let's say, important rights of ILO's conventions, which is the right of workers to remove themselves from a situation of imminent and serious danger, we see that this right is recognized in at least 68% of our 187 member states. And we also see that in 73% of ILO member states, the law has provisions for workplace-level OSH committees. When we look into the question of having a national policy or having a national program or strategy, the situation is less happy, I should say. This is a study made by the ILO 2 years ago, and what you can see there on the screen, so on the right side, you see the distribution by region of countries or percentages of countries that have adopted a national policy on OSH, and on your left screen, you will see the percentage of countries that have adopted a policy, a strategy on safety and health at work. So I don't need to read what you have there. You will see that in the best case scenario, when it comes to a national policy, we have some regions that are close to 50%, and some other regions not there yet. And these figures drop very much when we think of countries that have a more pragmatic approach to safety and health at work, meaning countries that have a national strategy with precise objectives, allocation of resources, specific objectives towards the implementation of the OSH policy, where we don't have a single region of the world where at least half of the countries have adopted such a strategy. So as I was saying a while ago, there's still work to be done. Well, this is the scenario we have in terms of the governance of safety and health at work. But then we know that, well, there are many drivers of change, and we can cluster these drivers of change, especially in three categories: environment, technology, and demographics. We can, and I know that you'll be hearing about technology and climate change throughout this event. And these are indeed challenges that go beyond national borders. But at the same time, what we have to consider, as you can see on the left side of the screen, is that the traditional challenges are still there as well. When we look, with a global lenses, on what's happening in the world, we see that on average we still have 60% of businesses being informal. And in some countries, these figures go up to 90%. So 90% of enterprises being informal. And on average, more than 50% of businesses on the informal economy. A vast majority of enterprises are very small or small, 90%. Even in very developed countries, occupational health services usually do not cover more than half of the workplaces, and this drops to around 20 to 30% in the developing parts of the world. We have, as we also know, a challenge residing on the fact that OSH is quite complex to address. And I may be an excellent professional addressing chemical hazards, but I know nothing about ergonomics, or I know not much about safety of machinery, or I do not know much about XXX. Meaning that in order to be able to address the multidisciplinary dimension of OSH, we need national qualification frameworks that trains in sufficient number all the people with the kinds of specialization that we would need, and we would need to have any kind of foresight planning in terms of identifying the needs of WASH qualifications that we will have in the future. Well, this is still not a reality in most of the countries. The concept of a whole of governments or whole of society approaches that are, let's say, quite advanced in areas like environment are not yet as advanced when it comes to safety and health at work. And also, we all know this, we lack data. Quite often, we have very sophisticated recording and notification systems on injuries, not so much on occupational diseases. And then when you start to disaggregate the data, considering sex, considering age, considering nationality, etc., then the data starts to be missing. And of course, not having the data affects governments, affects employers, affects workers' organizations in terms of planning based on evidence. And of course, last but not the least, we still are facing deficits in governance. We may have, weak capacities in ministries in charge of labor or national OSH institutes in terms of regulating OSH, for example, addressing the novelties of technology from an OSH perspective. We may also have deficits in terms of the technical capability of lab inspectorates to provide advice to employers to enforce the law, and it's something, again, that there is a need to address. When speaking of the drivers of change, just a few words on the latest subject of the World Day campaign on safety and health at work of the ILO, celebrated every 28th of April. So very recently, where you may know that the theme for this year was on digitalization and the use of other technologies and the benefits, but also the challenges that they bring to safety and health at work. This is a slide that I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to deep dive into this because you will have other sessions, and you had other sessions already addressing it. But from the ILO, of course, the conclusion, it's just one. I mean, there's many opportunities that we can gain with new technologies, but of course, the risks are there as, everything that we are introducing something new into any workplace. So this is a study that you can find online. It's the Safe Day report for this year, available in several languages, and the marketing, I leave it here. So please feel free to read it. So where do we want to go in the ILO? Where are we? What are we advocating to our members, our member states, in terms of addressing, the current challenges, the future challenges of occupational safety and health? Well, what we are saying, and I've said this before we had the chance to see the slides. So we are seeing a momentum, namely in the ILO, to upscale the relevance given to safety and health at work. This not only for the fact that we now have a new global strategy that goes up to 2030, which is quite comprehensive, and it's built basically around three pillars. One is the need to further strengthen national OSH frameworks. Again, the fact that countries need to have updated policies, programs, recording notification systems, lab inspection, etc. The fact that we cannot look into OSH as something that is in a silo. We need to embed OSH into public policies addressing industrialization, addressing environment, addressing education, and so forth. And of course, that at the workplace level, we need to manage OSH in a way that is adapted to the specificities of the workplace, both in the private and in the public sectors. We also are, complementing our normative framework on OSH. As you may know, the ILO is a normative organization. We adopt conventions and recommendations, and conventions are binding treaties. So once they are ratified by member states, they become binding instruments at the national level. And we are currently, within 3 weeks, we will be, where our constituents will be meeting in Geneva for the International Labour Conference, where, hopefully we'll be adopting the first ILO convention and recommendation on biological hazards in the working environment. There is a mistake there on the second one. So we'll also be renewing our norms on chemical hazards, and this will happen in 2027 and 2028. And it's also already in our plans to develop the first ever ILO instruments, so a convention and a recommendation, or a recommendation only, let's see, on ergonomics and human hazards, and also we will renew our standards on safety of machinery. Together with this, we'll be engaging on tripartite discussions on issues such as mental health, and already in February next year, starting on the 6th of February, we will be bringing constituents to Geneva to try to adopt the first ILO tripartite conclusions on OSH and extreme weather events. And we hope that then, in less than a year, that we'll have some policy guidance to provide to countries on how to face questions such as heat stress, and hurricanes, and all that comes with the changes in climate. When it comes to non-ILO international frameworks, we're also seeing that many things are happening, and I'll just highlight a couple of examples there. We saw, for example, last year that there was a global call to action on heat, by the UN's Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And one of the 4 dimensions highlighted by this call to action was exactly labor and occupational safety and health, so very important. Also in September 2023, a new global framework for the safe management of chemicals was adopted in Bonn, Germany. This year in June, a new convention will enter into force, the Hong Kong Convention addressing ship recycling. The WHO pandemics, the WHO Accord on Pandemics is also something that we think will facilitate national dialogues and policy on how to deal with outbreaks of infectious diseases, pandemics, epidemics, etc. And you all know, of course, also about what's happening in terms of plastics pollution, and also the new international frameworks, being prepared to address this, catastrophic problem we are facing in the world. In terms of global and regional partnerships, we are also seeing that these are growing. We have some parts of the world, or some countries, that have constituted these partnerships a long time ago. We have the G20 OSH network, for example. We have last year a new regional network constituted, established in Russia, and this is the BRICS OSH network. We also have established, with the support of the ILO a year ago, a tripartite Latin American collaborative space for safety and health at work. We will be, I hope that we can announce soon also the launch of a new ILO collaborative network of OSH institutions, hopefully still before the end of this year. And also one of the objectives of the ILO's Global Coalition for Social Justice is, of course, to promote safety and health at work. And this, as a matter of fact, was all that I wanted to say. So just, some words on trends, on what we are seeing, and what from the ILO we would like very much the future to be, and of course to count on your support. Because again, wherever we are, the most important is that our workers in all of our workplaces are safe, and that our economies, because our workers are safe, are sustainable. So thank you very much, and see you very soon.
Mr. Joaquim Pintado Nunes for this informative presentation. And thank you for giving us a valuable of your time to partake into this knowledge sharing forum. I would like to conclude today's program and invite you at 3:35 with an interesting panel discussion and a roundtable that speaks about the occupational safety and health and the challenges that is emerging to youth. That would be with Dr. Bolman Ulrike, she is the founder of Antioch, the European Education for Occupational Safety and Health. She will be moderating that panel discussion with esteemed members to speak about the challenges they are facing in occupational safety and health and youth and in the region as well. So thank you so much for attending the second day's program at the Council's Hall, and we look forward to seeing you at 3:35 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
Do you have a mic? 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Dear participants, welcome. I think it's late in the afternoon. Therefore, we thought maybe we should start with a very small exercise. And what do you think about collecting some fruits from this conference? Please stand up, stand up. And we will start with think about the last speeches and sessions, and there were a lot of fruits, and grasp the fruits from the tree. Maybe apples or whatever you would like to grasp, to grasp, to grasp. And now, come down and you will have nice carrots in the earth, and pull out the carrots, and pull out the carrots, and pull out the carrots again. And now, hand over the fruit to your neighbor on the left and the carrot to your neighbor on the right. And have a look. Who is your neighbor? Did you recognize him or her up to now? And now we are together, and I think we are able to start. Dear Excellencies, dear guests, dear colleagues, I would like now to officially welcome you to a roundtable on the youth challenge in occupational safety and health, empowering the workforce of tomorrow. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a youth society and therefore has really a great potential in terms of its future workforce. At the same time, we are all aware of it, society is undergoing rapid technological, economic, and social transformations. And now some questions. How is the younger generation navigating these changes? What support systems are in place to foster their personal and professional development? And how can education and training programs better prepare young people for a future shaped by innovation and also by uncertainty? And I think the latter one is our biggest enemy at the moment. And crucially, how can occupational safety, health, and well-being be leveraged as strategic drivers for sustainable change? These questions and other important questions we would like to discuss in this round here, and we are bringing experts from an international organization and national organizations and, very important, young professionals to our group here. I would like to introduce myself briefly. My name is Ulrike Bollmann. I'm an educational scientist, and I have been working in the field of occupational safety and health for now 25 years. The focus of my work is how to integrate safety and health into education and the education sector. There's always a small difference. And I'm the founder and president of the European Network Education and Training in Occupational Safety and Health, called ENETOSH. Over the next 80 minutes, oh, that's not a short sequence, we will hold 3 rounds of discussions. The first round will focus on education and the future of learning, the second round on youth participation, and the third round on a strategic approach to empower young people in the field of OSH and for a maximum societal benefit. But now I would like to introduce warmly Mr. Joaquim Pintado Nunes, Chief of the Occupational Safety and Health and the Working Environment Branch at the International Labour Organization. Joaquim, welcome. Dr. Hanadi Al-Hokair, General Director of Female Enablement at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. That's a nice woman there in the middle. Dr. Farhad Al-Katani, Chairman of the Industrial Engineering Department and Associated Professor at the King Saud University, the second person in the row. Mrs. Ilaf Othman, Director of the Elevate Program at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Engineer Montada Al-Ashor, Environment, Health and Safety Specialist employed with DOE's Middle East Innovation Center. And last but not least, Mrs. Ranem Al-Hati, Health, Safety and Environment Specialist at Leaf Global Environmental Services. We will use, in the next 80 minutes, the first names because that's common on the international floor. I hope you will not feel annoyed by this. I'm able to sit down now. Great. Joachim, as Director of ILO's Department of Safety and Health at Work and Working Environment, you are both the head and the heart of all matters relating to occupational safety and health at the international floor. Therefore, it's incredible to have you with us today. We are really feeling honored. And I am especially feeling honored because you are participating in a discussion that's with a focus on education and training. For me, that's a new role, working together with you, and I'm very excited what will be the outcome. Therefore, first round, first question, what are the most, first round, that was the keyword for our for our screen. What are the most important challenges for the future of learning, and what do you think are the latest advances in learning?
Well, so thank you so much, Ulrike, for this question. So for the ILO, I think that we need to think of two challenges that will affect, every single country, and have affected also. It's not only now. The first is to make sure that our younger generations are being qualified, are being trained, are being educated to address the needs that we have now in the labor market, but also the future needs. And this is why it's so important at national level to have a kind of strategic foresight of what the needs are in the next 5, 10 to 20 years. So we all know that technology is evolving daily. So what will be the needs that we have in Saudi Arabia, for example, for 2035? So and what are the skills that are not only our younger generation, because we are not living anymore in the paradigm that you have a job for the whole life. I mean, more and more we transition. From one job to the other, from one enterprise to the other, from one occupation, one profession to the other, and that is even quite positive. And society and the options that we have to requalify ourselves are quite relevant. So this would be the first challenge and the first priority that we need to address. Make sure that the labor market needs are met by the qualifications of our current and forthcoming working population. The second one is to avoid at all extremes the digital divide. So technology is very important, of course. Training now, we use e-learning, we use all kind of augmented reality trainings, for example, for safety and health at work. We do that at the ILO, at our International Training Center. But the truth is also that access to technology is not the same for all. It's not the same in all the countries, and even within the same country, it's not the same for the whole of the population. And quite often, when you think of, let's say, more vulnerable groups of people, we may think, of women. We may think of, those that live in more remote communities. We may think of people with handicaps, for example. It's very important. We may think of the poorer populations. It's very important that all of them have access through programs that, I think that this is the responsibility of governments that will provide, equal opportunities to access, to training that will be relevant for employability purposes. And then again, this is related to both the challenges. We all know that the less prepared you are in terms of the skills you possess to enter, to continue in the labor market, the higher the probability you'll end up in low-paid jobs, in informal employment, and in unsafe jobs as well.
Thank you very much. And you refer to the ILO Training Center in beautiful Torino in Italy. And the next speaker and panelist, he will represent a university, and it will be exciting to compare what are the differences in the two approaches, focus on professional training and focus on university courses and programs. Our next panelist is Fahad Al-Katani. And Fahad, you are among the global pioneers, from my perspectives, worldwide, who are involved in developing university degree programs specifically for occupational health and safety experts. Those people are rare, and we have a high demand on those university studies. Therefore, I would like to ask you the question, why is such a degree program focusing on occupational safety and health so important?
Thank you so much. This is a good question. And I believe, integrating occupational health and safety into education or higher education is not just helpful, it's necessary. Many people think that universities are just places for learning, but this is not true. In fact, even the universities are workplaces. Some students, they use the labs, for example, and they deal with chemicals, work shops with machines. And even when we go to the offices, many people spend a lot of time working at desks. So all these problems or all these issues, we can say universities always in a risk. By teaching occupational safety and health to the students, we give them the tool to manage their career in the future. So by teaching them also, we give them to recognize the hazard, to make a good decision, and also to make better conditions for their future, for their career in future. And also we can say here, one point, it's very important. When we teach occupational safety and health, we build a culture of safety. We build a professional people with the mindset of safety. And that's very important. And I can end up my answer and say one thing. By teaching occupational health and safety, or integrating the occupational safety and health to the education, we build or we create a generation of the professionals who are prepared, who are responsible, who are ready to make the workplace more safe and healthy.
Fahad, you gave an excellent keyword to our next panelist. I'm looking at Elaf Othman, because you are the director of the Elevate program with exactly this focus, the future of professionals. And the Elevate program is a high-quality, on-the-job training program designed by Coast University. My question to you would be, personally, you are the director, but forget the director now. What excites you most about your Elevate program?
Well, everything about the Elevate program excites me, but mostly it's a sense of purpose and pride I feel in helping shape the future of young Saudi talent. Watching the trainees, it has a very huge impact on the trainees, and watching them grow in confidence, build new skills, and discover their own potential is incredibly fulfilling. So for those who don't know, Elevate is a graduate development program that was launched by KAUST in 2021 for recent Saudi graduates to prepare them for the job market by offering hands-on training in various departments across KAUST. So again, like I said, it's a very special program that's near and dear to my heart because of the impact that it has on these trainees.
And how does Elevate work? I looked at your website, very complicated, a lot of applications and selections. How does it work? How do you reach the young academics? How do you select them?
It's a very long process. We have a whole team behind the program, but mostly it focuses on 5 main tracks where trainees get to choose from one of these tracks. We have the science track, the technology track, education, engineering, and the sustainability track, which is one of our most popular ones. And I think the reason for that is because there are very few, if any, entities in the kingdom that offer training in occupational safety and health. And I believe our HSE department saw a gap in the market, which is why they've been one of our most active partners, and they've hosted many trainees over the years, including the 2 who are with us here today. So as a whole, Elevate offers training in soft skills like communication, leadership, resilience, adaptability. But when it comes to the HSE department, they focus on the deep technical skills, where they have the trainees work alongside seasoned professionals who come from all over the world and who are very keen on sharing their knowledge and expertise. And what's great about the HSE department in particular is that the relationship with these trainees, it doesn't end with the end of the program. They're very invested in them, in their growth and development, in making sure that they're exposed to global best practices and real-world expertise. And I think the fact that we're here today speaks volumes. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the HSE team for their continued support of the Elevate program, for the Elevate trainees, and a special thanks to their director, Eric Talley, for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you very much. And Hanadi, we are coming to you now. In March, you can't imagine what she did in March. What do you think? This beautiful woman, what did she in March? She went to New York and she presented the kingdom's success in women's economic empowerment during the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations headquarters. I think it's unbelievable to have you in our round today, and we are very much delighted. You are the General Director of Female Enablement at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. And I have 2 questions to you now. First question, women's empowerment is a central pillar of Saudi Vision 2030. But what are the key drivers behind this current and really fundamental transformation in how women contribute to the kingdom's economy? Okay. Please describe this incredible transformation.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome everybody, and it's an honor for me to participate in this global occupational safety and health conference and participate in this session. Also, I would like to thank you, Dr. Bolman, for moderating this session. To answer your first question regarding the key drivers for the women enablement in the labor market. Actually, the fundamental transformation that happened in Saudi Arabia, it was because two main pillars, or let's say two main focuses. First of all is the designed and directed initiatives, and the second one is the reform policies. And these things were endorsed by the Kingdom's Vision 2030 and developed by the Ministry for Human Resource and Social Development in collaboration with other ministries and supervisory entities and also in collaboration with the private sector. The main examples of the reform policies, for example, the national policy for equal opportunity and treatment in employment, recruitment, and professions that that have been launched and for over a 10-year period. And second important example for the reform policies are the what do we call it, unified regulations for the work environment in the private sector, where it outlines all the requirements for the private sectors that they must follow to ensure safety, security, and professional work environment. This regulation want to make sure that the occupational health and safety are met. Also, the physical and psychological well-being of the employees are met as well. In addition to that, unified, what do we call it, unified or equal pay for equal job, and equal retirement benefits, as well as the extension of the maternity leave to 12 weeks with a full pay. All this provided a secure environment for the young ones. As for the directed initiatives, I'll just give you an example of two most important ones, or one of them we just achieved. It's called parallel training or on-the-job training, that we employ and train over more than 122,000 ladies in different sectors. And the other one is the Qurra Wusul program, which we provided the transportation for working women, and this will help to solve the barriers for people, for women who can't drive. So this I hope
you are already covering my second question. Nevertheless, I would like to ask the question, because you focused a lot of reform programs and the policy level, but from your perspective, you are working with these women. What are the biggest challenges to getting women into work, and especially to keep them in work? Okay. What are the biggest challenges, and how do you solve these challenges, not only on the policy level, but on the implementation level as well?
Okay. So basically, the main challenges that lead to women, or we find it difficult to recruit women and sustain them, as you know, and it's everywhere, it's the work-life balance and the family support and responsibility. So this is the main challenges that we are working on, and fortunately we design solutions, and now we are in the stage of implementation of these solutions. For example, providing new work models or flexible work arrangements. For example, remote work, flexible work model, and flexible work model, remote work, and freelance model. These are the new work models that help women to balance between life, family, and work. Other solutions, or let's say another challenge, is the child care responsibility for mothers, working women. And fortunately, we found, or we're working on two solutions, which is Qurra program that provide financial support for working women. And the other program is the, right now we are working on an important strategy for to design affordable and accessible daycare centers for working women in the workplaces.
Yeah. She mentioned it a little bit before, equal pay. I'm coming from Germany, huh? Equal pay for women, that's a dream. We didn't achieve this, and we are a little behind in Europe, that's clear, but it's really an issue at my home country. Round two, I am giving the keyword again to the technicians because we prepared extra slides to give you a certain orientation. Maybe it will work or will not work, it doesn't matter. We are in round two now, two, the youth participation. Thank you very much, colleagues. Joachim, how can young people be, and now underlined, meaningfully involved in occupational safety and health? You know, I visited 2017 the ILO Youth Forum, and I got a certain impression, but maybe you will have a different one. How to involve young people meaningfully into OSH?
So that's a great question, Ulrike. So first of all, you need to make sure that they understand the meaning of OSH. In order for you to make sure that they understand the meaning of OSH, you also need to involve them, not only as passive objects of learning, but also as someone that has an active voice. And this is what the ILO has been doing, and this is what we did. We just mentioned, the Youth Congress we had in Singapore back in 2017, and we showcased there a project that we had called Safe Youth, where we tried to address, OSH for youth from different perspectives. One is working with policymakers so that they understand that when we formulate a policy, when we formulate a given program, we need to think of the perspective of youth. So when, for example, formulating a new legislation, I mean, is there any dimension related to youth that should be considered? And then we have to provide capacities to those institutions that will need to think of youth when formulating their policies and programs. On the other hand, you need to involve, young people themselves in the decision-making processes. And this is what happened, in that project. So we worked with 10 countries in different regions. And in addition, of course, to developing, guidelines for, youth, of course, on occupational safety and health. We also worked with more than 4,000, young workers, young employers, young people leaving school and starting a job. We worked with scouts, for example, in the Philippines. And what we tried was to make them champions for occupational safety and health. And we had quite successful cases, like, I'm not going to mention countries here, but one of the 10 countries, for example, has established a subcommittee of the National Tripartite OSH Council dedicated to youth and with youth representatives. So this was quite positive. Then again, of course, that when you're addressing your messages to the younger population, you need to understand how to best reach out to them. So of course that you need to use social media. You need to not only use social media. You need to know exactly what kind of language, what are the interests that they have. And of course that when working at the level of schools, which we do as well very much in terms of TVET, for example, in terms of introducing us into school curriculum, we need to maybe give up this idea that we sometimes have as older generations, that what we know and the way that we have to approach things is the best. No, we have to engage with young people themselves so that they let us know. I mean, how would they like ought to be portrayed, in whatever they have to learn at school or in different levels of learning, from primary school, I have to say, until, they leave college, university.
A lot of positive messages from ILO. No guidelines, but involvement of young people in decision-making processes. Great. Fahad, what's about university? You developed a brilliant university study program. Did you consider to do this together with the students? How were they involved?
That's a great question. Actually, I believe that the students are the key to create the safety and health in campus. But that should be give them the good training and give them the chance to join some safety committees and give them more knowledge, enhance them to do more exercises. And I believe some students, they can give you the issues that can't you even notice. I will give you an example. 2 months ago, one student came to me and gave me one issue about the extinguisher. It's expired. So he mentioned that because he know this is a big issue. When something happens, that will extinguisher will be one of the solutions. So I believe that given, or the students can be empowered, but with the knowledge and involvement, and also strong voice, and give them the confidence to do more exercises about writing reports and do a lot of safety stuff.
Mm-hmm. Are your students taking care for the learning and working environment in the university? Do they feel responsible for their campus?
Could be.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have an example for this?
Sorry?
Do you have an example for this? Is there a project or an area where they engage?
We can say about the committees.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 2 years ago, I was the lead of the student club. They call it Occupational Safety and Health.
Yeah.
It's from different colleges. Different people can join that. For example, like from medical college, from engineering college, from computer science college, and we give them a lot of rules, and we give them the knowledge is occupational health and safety is not just a rule and policy. You need to have training more and more to be one of these people and professional people.
And yes, and now it's really getting exciting because we are speaking about training, but we have 2 people with us who participated in the Elevate program. And therefore now we are going deeper inside of youth participation. Montada, you are one of the promising new and young Saudis the Elevate program is specifically addressing. We are having you here in our round, not only as a representative of the younger generation, but you are also a representative of the next generation of OSH experts, or HSE experts, as you are calling them. And I would like to ask you to share your experience as Elevate with us. How did you get to where you are today?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all, and thank you, Dr. Ulrike, for having me today in this round table. Going back to your question, it's worth mentioning that if I compare myself, when I started the training program in KAUST, I wasn't coming from an occupational health and safety background. And if I picture myself now, I am leading one of the occupational health and safety program for one of the biggest companies, not only in Saudi Arabia, but it's in the world, which is Dow Chemicals. If you ask me to describe my time in CAUS through the training program, I would say that the program was really engaging, enriching, and unique. And in this aspect, in my opinion, there were 4 pillars that make that program that unique. The first pillar is the responsibility and ownership. The unique thing that I've been giving the ownership of taking care of some of the program, safety program. I've been giving the ownership of one of the building to make sure that all the operation of that building, the classroom, the laboratories, are operating in a safely manner. I believe giving that trust that I am able to manage such program is what really empower me to do that, to develop the leadership skills that's needed, and also to gather all the knowledge needed. Because at the end of the day, I'm responsible of a building or of a program, and I want to make sure that everybody in that building is going back safely to their home. So yeah, that responsibility on my shoulder is what really drives me to make sure that I have all the knowledge and skills. That will take us also to the next pillar, which is the couching and being surrounded by subject matter expert. So you are free to manage this program, but you are not alone. There are people who are couching you. And these people are not there to tell you what to do. They're there to make sure that you are doing things in the right way, and that if you need them, they will be there for you. So they allow you to fly freely, but they are looking at your back. The third pillar is the program, the design of the program. It was a skill-based program where there's a couple skills that's needed to manage an occupational health and safety program that's been defined. And it's similar to other training program where you go through theoretical training, slide lectures, and then you go through a verification to make sure that the retention of all the information that's being gathered in the first stage is occurring. The unique thing about that program that there are 2 more stages, which is where you go to the lab, you do the hands-on training, you shadow expert, and you do work. So the hands-on training, the real-life project is really what make the first 2 stages really retain well. And the final one, which is really interesting, is that you know from the first day that you will be a trainer at one day. So toward the end of the program, I've been asked to conduct a training for the orientation of the laboratory safety. So when you know at the first day that you will be responsible to transfer all this knowledge, all these skills to other people, you will make sure that you gather all the skills needed or the knowledge needed from the beginning of the program. And this is what really
the small difference Montada is doing, giving young people a voice, and he is addressing responsibility and ownership. And maybe just listening to him, I think the mystery of this kingdom of Saudi Arabia and how to handle the transformation process in society depends a little bit on, like you described it, that here the people are helping to do the personal transformation, not only to being in front of a societal transformation, but to coach people, to support people, to help people to have this personal success story, development, and so on. Maybe it's an idea of mine. Maybe that's a mystery behind this KSA method and approach. But I didn't want to interrupt you.
Sure, no problem. Commenting on your what you have said, that I believe there is a responsibility among us, despite of the trainings and how the training program is being designed for us Saudi people. If you allow me to transfer this message, that the main driver that I have every day that make me wake up in the morning and go to that training program or go to what I'm doing every day is that we have a vision, and it's our vision to accomplish. So we need to be ready to fulfill that vision. It's our vision, it's our country, and our country needs us. And as you see that the vision is really growing fast, so we need to grow at the same rate to make sure that we achieve that vision while our people are safe, our environment and our planet are safe, and also we are in compliance with all the regulatory and standards.
Thank you, Montada. And we have a second young professional on your left side. And in your job, you are managing projects related to seagrass and mangrove transplantation. I'm not familiar with this area. Please, how would you describe Elevate's impact on your current work and the development towards your job?
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, my time at Elevate was a really turning point in my career journey. I had just graduated with a strong academic background, but I knew that I needed a real-world experience to grow, and that's what exactly Elevate gave me. It helped me to apply what I learned during the university in a very particular way. The program was very hands-on. I've worked on many tasks. One of the tasks that I have worked on was turning the HSE principle and procedures into short, engaging videos using EIA technologies. I've also worked in science communication projects, inspections, audits, and Elevate also provides workshops and courses in soft skills like leadership, communication, and teamwork, which was important as the technical skills. This experience gave me more than confidence and knowledge. It gave me a clear direction. And thanks to what I learned during Elevate, I was able to land my first job as HSE specialist at Leaf Global Environmental Services. And at LGS, Leaf Global Environmental Services, I had opportunity to work on big projects like seagrass transplantation, mangrove plantation, and reef coral relocation. And this project was more than technical projects. It required planning, teamwork, and ability to apply what I learned during Elevate and my academic background in the projects. In the seagrass project, I have worked with my team to make sure that the seagrass was planted, moved in the way that supports its survival and growth. Actually, the seagrass plays a key role in marine ecosystems. It helps absorb carbon, protect the coast, and support the marine biodiversity, which also support the United Nations sustainability goals, especially goal number 13, climate action, goal number 14, life below water, and goal 15, life on land, which also support and connected to Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030, especially two major points, creating a vibrant society and building a thriving economy, which also support Saudi Arabia's in their vision and in their goal to increase the protected natural areas, especially as the kingdom is moved forward with big projects like NEOM and RITSI development. And as a young working woman, I've faced some challenges in the field, especially since it's male-dominated field. But I've faced that challenges with the skills that I learned during Elevate. Elevate taught me how to lead, how to communicate, how to speak up, and how to believe in myself. And today I feel proud to be part of the new generation women who are contributing directly to our nation's sustainability and environmental goals.
Thank you very much, Ranem. You already approached the more strategic dimension of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and again the Vision 2030. of Saudi Arabia. Therefore, I would like to switch to round 3 now, the strategic approach, and I will start again with a question to Joachim. What global partnerships is the ILO building to put young people into the center? I think that's wording from your global strategy.
So thank you again for, is this working, the microphone?
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for the question. I would say that the ILO is working in terms of global and bilateral partnerships. In terms of assisting to attain, to achieve the SDGs, namely when it comes to, what we are discussing now, of course, goal 4 on education and 8 on decent work. And to start giving an example of bilateral partnerships, so we have been working with UNESCO very much in a way that we complement each other's roles. So UNESCO focusing on Tibet and the transition, from school to jobs, and the ILO ensuring that the decent work agenda is embedded into this transition. So, and the decent work agenda, for those of you that are not familiar with this, is very much the core objective of the ILO, which corresponds to creating quality jobs, and you can see that transitions are quite important here. It's ensuring labor rights, it's promoting social protection for all, and also doing all of this, in a framework of effective social dialogue. So as we do have different mandates, working with agencies like UNESCO gives us the leverage to also work with partners at country level that are not our immediate constituents, because the ILO works with ministers of labor and employers and workers organizations. We do not work that much with ministers of education. So again, the strength is really not to have this, I wouldn't call it whole of government, but collaborative approaches at national level for effective transition, for effective access to employment and effective transitions, in preparing, youth for these transitions or for this access to employment. In terms of multilateral initiatives, we have to go a step back and think, for example, of Alliance 8.7. Alliance 8.7 is a multilateral platform of the ILO that deals with child labor. And this is very important because one of the goals of the Alliance, working with different governments, of course, with different organizations, is to avoid that children drop out of school. So, and by avoiding that children drop out of school, of course, that we know we are ensuring employability or better employability in the future. So we go very much, to, I would say, the root cause of a problem that may manifest only, many years later by addressing child labor through this multilateral platform. And then we have the coalition, the Global Coalition for Social Justice, which works with all the dimensions of the decent work agenda, and of course that wants to promote social justice for all, where youth has also a very relevant role to play in terms of, again, all the collaboration happening at national level, taking also into account the youth dimension. When it comes to OSH, I mentioned this in my previous intervention, I think, that so we do have this new global OSH strategy adopted in November 2023, and if you have the chance to read it, you will see that in one of the pillars, which is pillar 2, where we speak of the relation between OSH and other public goods, education is very much present there. So we are currently engaged on research and hopefully also on practical work on how to better integrate prevention into all that happens throughout the education system. As I also mentioned before, from primary school up to to technical and vocational training. This is what we
Thank you very much. You will not mention your apprenticeship program? I was
Uh,
longing for it.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, also in terms of normative, the normative framework of the ILO, it's true that we have a recommendation on quality apprenticeships, and you will see that prevention is also there. And as a matter of fact, we have an action plan to promote quality apprenticeships, and one of the, which is quite broad, and one of the areas for intervention is exactly also prevention. So preventing, work accidents and work-related diseases, again by embedding prevention, in all that relates to qualification systems.
One of the key sentences in our discussion, more in a written way, but it didn't matter, Fahad, was that you told me you are aiming at a university program that is able to bridge the gap to job market's needs. What do you mean by this?
That's a great question. Actually, when we're talking about the universities and labor market, it's always there is a gap. I believe closing the gap is impossible, but we need to reduce the gap at least and make it reduce and make the improvement like many times. By what? I think universities need to be partner with the industries. This is one point. And the programs also needs to be updated with the skills of the people needs. I will give you an example, like for one program we have created or established before. One suggestion was from a member, we just taken one program from any university in US and apply it here. I think that was a huge problem, if we applied that. Because every program needs to study the people in each country and even in each city, what they need, what's the skills they lack of. So I believe like most of the programs around the world, they lacking of building what's the people need. And that will close the gap or reduce the gap between the industries and universities. I think building or establishing programs is not that huge difficult. We can set 3 or 4 members for 1 hour and create a program and that's it. But this is the wrong way to build a program. You need to have a data of the skills and asking and do a survey for professional people. What's the market needs? And I remember one of the program, we did more than 200 survey to build one program. And we asked them very detailed questions about what they need, what the program will look like. And I think if we go in that way, I think we will solve most of the problem of the skills on the markets and what they need.
And it's quite unusual for a university from a European perspective to look for the needs of the people and the demands of the labor market. True. And I think that's a special thing of your university program and university, that you are including such research into the programming. And it's a good example for universities all over the world, I think. We are in round 3. Therefore, we are dealing with the strategic approach now. And Elaf, you told me that Occupational Safety and Health, EHS, as I learned from you, is a strategic enabler at your university. What does that mean? How did you succeed?
Well, basically, it means that our HSE department is not just a support function at KAUST, it's a core enabler of its mission and plays a key role in Vision 2030. So KAUST's vision, which is very much aligned to Vision 2030, is to be a destination for scientific and technological education and research. But that can't happen without the protocols and systems that our HSE department puts in place. So whether it's accessing one of KAUST's core labs or doing marine research in the Red Sea, our scientists, researchers, faculty, and students rely heavily on our HSE-led trainings in order to be able to work safely. Without that foundation, none of the cutting-edge research that KAUST is known for would be possible. And it's important to note as well that KAUST is unique in the fact that it's not just a university. It's a place where people live, work, and raise families. So our HSE department ensures a safe environment for everyone across the entire campus, including housing, schools, and public spaces. So again, KAUST wouldn't be able to function without our HSE department and wouldn't be able to deliver on its strategy. So our HSE department is doing an amazing job and has been over the past years. And in fact, their vision is to be a model that other leading institutes in the kingdom and beyond can look to. And I think that's a perfect example of Vision 2030 in action.
Thank you very much, Hanadi. Participation in the labor market is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the personal development and assuming leadership positions. The economic participation rate of women in Saudi Arabia was 36.2% last year, and you already exceeded the 30% target of the Vision 2030. Incredible. Your ministry states that 43% of leadership positions are held by women. I would like to compare with Germany again. In contrast, the figure in Germany is 28%. Hanadi, how do you achieve this high percentage here in this country? How do you do this?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of targeted initiatives has helped to exceed the target for economic female participation in the labor market. As for this specific percentage of the leadership positions, which has reached 43%, due to a lot of efforts has been done by the ministry and other ministries as well. One of them is called leadership and mentorship training, which were launched with NCAD, and this helped around 1,700 ladies to get promoted at the labor market, and we train them on different skills, and we monitor their progress in the labor market in the 13 regions of the kingdom, as well as and they were working both in public and private sector.
Thank you. We discussed now a lot what we could give to youth to enable them, to empower them, and so on. But our two young professionals, what do you think? What is youth able to give to us? Mondada, what are you able to give to us and to the society? What was the special contribution of you as a young Osh professional, but as a young academic as well?
Thank you for this question. It's both way, I believe. Youth have the energy, have the power, their excitement to give. All that excitement can be used as really a driver to all changes. So our youth are ready. All what they need is to be allowed and giving the time, giving the resources, allocate the resources needed, and giving the trust and involve them in the decision making. I believe all these things, if youth are giving these aspects, they will be really delivering a huge and making a big impact.
Ranem, you as a young woman, what do you think? What is your special contribution?
As what Montadar said, The young, they have energy, they have time, and they can give a lot of that what other people think. They just need opportunity to introduce themselves, to show up.
Thank you. That was the closing words of our roundtable. They were given to the young professionals, I think, and I would like to thank all the participants, the speakers, the panelists. Thank you very much for contributing to this session. The organizers, we all were invited. Thank you very much to the organizers, and not to forget the interpreters behind and the technicians. Thank you all for contributing and serving this session, and I hope you will enjoy this conference until the end tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.